have a moniker, the National Forest Serial Killer.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I think I prefer the Beast of Blood Mountain.
A killer perversely proud of his crimes.
I set the record. I'm the oldest serial killer in American history. Isn't that amazing?
He lurked in the woods, preyed on hiking trails, and displayed the evil that can be found in the wilderness of the human mind.
I'm your worst nightmare, David.
Gary Michael Hilton is talking about his crimes for the first time ever.
After ignoring innumerable requests from every kind of person in the world, it's time to break my silence.
And he'll be confronted like never before.
Now, you keep pointing to robbery, but was that just an excuse to torture and kill people?
Torture and kill people?
Yeah.
Hold on. Torture? I didn't torture anybody.
Kidnap people, chain them up in your car, beat them to death. You rape them. Most people would regard that as torture.
No. Where are we going with this?
Well, I think we're going to the mind of a psychopath.
A psychopath?
Devoid of empathy, mercy, or decency.
Narcissistic?
Psychotically so.
You're nuts.
I killed him with it.
Now awaiting a death sentence in Florida, Hilton says he's finally ready to come clean.
I'm going to give you a news scoop. I did it. I'm confessing to a murder on camera.
And reveal what really happened to his victims.
She said something that really grabbed me.
What'd she say?
It's the last chapter of an American crime saga.
Do you hate women?
Yes and no. Yes.
And our last chance to look inside the mind of one of the country's most terrifying serial killers.
You have the power to haunt our dreams.
Yes,
turn them into nightmares. Do you enjoy having that kind of power over us?
You know, in a perverse kind of way, I do.
Face to face with my share of killers. They've been deranged, troubled, violent. Their heinous crimes defined by a lifetime of hate or a split second of evil. But nothing could have prepared me for the likes of Gary Michael Hilton.
New questions tonight about whether the man accused of killing and decapitating a Georgia hiker may in fact be a serial killer.
In 2007, at the ripe age of 61 years old, Gary Hilton made national headlines by launching a shocking murder spree in an unexpected crime scene, the sprawling wilderness of America's national forests. Over 4 months, he abducted, raped, murdered, and decapitated unsuspecting hikers, terrifying park visitors across the country. With Hilton lurking in the woods, no one was safe. It was like something out of a horror movie. Wearing a makeshift mask, Hilton used his victims' ATM cards in the aftermath of each grisly murder. Then, in January 2008, a massive manhunt led to his capture.
The cab 911, what's the exact location?
I have the person of interest in that missing woman case is at this Chevron gas station. He's throwing stuff in the dumpster here. I can go take him down if you want.
No, sir. Stay right there.
Here comes the cops.
Yes. Police are there?
Yes. They got him.
Hilton's arrest made national news and brought an end to the carnage.
Cops tracked this guy down and captured him.
61-year-old Gary Michael Hilton now sits in a county jail.
Charged with abducting and killing 24-year-old Meredith Emerson.
The suspect in this case is also a possible suspect in other murders.
His interrogation brought into focus a terrifying villain.
Once you've taken someone, you're either going to kill them or you're going to get caught.
Wickedly intelligent, boastful of his crimes,
I'm the one that killed the girl, okay? I'm the one that killed her.
and contemptuous of his victims.
I didn't kill them because for any satisfaction. It was distasteful. It was dreadful. Trust me, it was. Of course, I was able to do it because of my general rage against society. Of course. It's because
Hilton pleaded guilty to murdering 24-year-old Meredith Emerson in Georgia, as well as John and Irene Bryant, an elderly couple in North Carolina. He was also tried, convicted, and sentenced to death for the murder of 46-year-old Cheryl Dunlap in Florida, a crime to which he has never confessed, until now. Today, he awaits execution after more than a decade on Florida's death row. But questions remain about Hilton's terrifying rampage. Many only he can answer. At 61 years old, he claims he became America's oldest serial killer. What caused him to snap? Why did he do it? Are there other victims? Despite all the attention, Hilton has never before spoken to the media.
Okay, so the clock starts now. 10:42. Good. We have exactly 60 minutes.
It was my first interview with a murderer sentenced to die. After all these years, why did Hilton finally want to talk? And what would he now reveal?
Here you are on death row.
Yes,
Talking for the first time publicly about your crimes.
that's right.
We're here today, sir, to try and understand the mindset and motivations behind your actions in these cases. You're 78 years old now, right?
Yes.
In poor health, you say.
Yes, very poor health. That's one reason I'm doing this, because I'm going to die soon. I have a congestive heart failure.
Tell me in your own words, why are you breaking your silence?
Well, you hit it right on the head. And I also, an answer is, I don't know. All I can say is, it's time. After 17 years, after ignoring innumerable requests from every kind of person in the world, it's time. That's the way I feel. It's time, after 17 years, to break my silence.
In our correspondence, you said, I think I'm prepared to give you an interview that's a lollapalooza. It'll knock your socks off.
Yes.
I will answer any question
Yes.
about any subject truthfully and completely.
Yes.
Can I count on you for that?
You sure can.
You said, be prepared to meet a whole different breed of cat. What breed exactly?
Well, I'm just like no one else, really, you know.
Serial killer?
They're a dime a dozen.
Psychopath?
No.
Sociopath?
I have part of that in me.
In the years since his murder spree, Hilton's infamy has seemingly only grown. He's been the subject of documentaries and internet lore.
This is the case of Gary Hilton.
His crimes spanned 3 states and millions of acres of pristine national forests and terrorized hikers everywhere.
What did you think when the media dubbed you the National Forest serial killer?
I think I prefer the Beast of Blood Mountain.
The Beast of Blood Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Does that give you a sense of accomplishment?
No.
Bound by chains and shackled to a violent past, Hilton may look different now after 12 years on death row. But he's about to give his first interview ever and open a window into a mind deranged since childhood.
From a child, a little child, I was always fascinated with death and destruction and guns and war. As a child, at 5, 6 years old, constantly, I've just always been fascinated with it.
Born in Atlanta and raised in Florida by his mother and stepfather, Hilton's troubled and violent mind was evident as a teenager.
4 minutes into the police interrogation, you call yourself a sociopath. Do you remember that? You said, I'm a sociopath.
And I'm like what they call an antisocial. That's the new name for it, an antisocial personality. In my day, it was called a sociopathic character disorder.
Were you diagnosed as a sociopath?
As a matter of fact, I was.
At age 14, Hilton fired a shotgun at his stepfather, nearly killing him. Authorities ordered a mental evaluation.
At 14, I was seeing the head of the Dade County Child Guidance Clinic, who was a psychiatrist. I saw him for a year or two, and he just flat told me.
What did he tell you?
You have a sociopathic character disorder.
Hilton had other textbook markers for psychopathy and a condition called paraphilia, an obsession with violent sexual fantasies.
You admit to paraphilia?
Strong. That's one of the reasons I am a killer. I've had strong paraphilia all my life. When I accidentally discovered masturbation, my paraphilia, as I was doing it for years, it was a battlefield, and they were women nude, and they were spread over a tree stump, and I would come along with a sword.
Hilton went on to describe vile acts against women.
That's how you would get off.
This is my first sexual feelings.
His adulthood was marked by a string of failed marriages and short-lived jobs, until in middle age he found himself broke, homeless, and alone. But for the pet dogs, he says, he felt closer to than any human being.
You have an odd relationship with dogs. You seem more bonded with dogs than with the people in your life, in your family.
1,000,000 times more.
Is that fair? Yeah? You told police, in the wolf world, there are no assault and battery laws. There are no murder laws.
Right.
Imagine such a world where there are no murder laws.
Yes, that's the world they live in.
But in reality, in the real world, you're not a wolf, you're a human being, and she's an innocent stranger, so why murder Meredith Emerson?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a good question.
What's the answer?
It's not clear exactly when Gary Hilton decided to start stalking and killing people, but it is known that for years he frequented national parks in multiple states in his white van, posing as an ordinary hiker.
What you doing out here? Well, you're the fourth person to come along. Am I? And ask me that.
At some point in his middle age, a lifetime of madness and failure had pushed him over the edge.
Outside of crime, your life is utterly unremarkable.
That's true.
Is that fair?
A complete abject failure, a nothing, a nobody who never achieved anything, that never followed through on anything, who is a failure at everything.
Except killing.
Well, that started when I was 61.
In January 2008, Hilton was scouting the trails of Georgia's Blood Mountain for human prey. He was armed with a bayonet, a police baton, and a friendly red retriever named Dandy.
Chattahoochee National Forest. 750,000 acres of thick woodlands in the North Georgia mountains. At what point did you first spot Meredith? Can you remember?
Yeah, I was coming down off the Blood Mountain Trail, and she was just coming up, and she had stopped and opened up her little collapsible dog bowl.
24-year-old Meredith Emerson was hiking with her dog on that day. The recent University of Georgia graduate was just settling into a new career and a bright future when she crossed paths with evil. She fit the profile? Single
Oh, definitely good looking.
Single woman?
Yeah, good looking, young, and everything.
Unlikely to resist, or so you thought? You told police that your MO was to lurk and sometimes watch with binoculars from a distance, just like a hunter would.
Yeah. The Blood Mountain Trail is the most used day hiking trail in the state of Georgia. So on the one hand, that makes it an excellent hunting ground. On the other hand, it makes it no good because there's so many witnesses.
You positioned yourself at the intersection of two trails, right?
No, I was just coming down off the trail and boom, there she was.
At what point did you decide she was the one you were going to strike?
I'd already decided the instant I saw her.
Closing the distance to Meredith on the trail was easy with the help of Hilton's dog, Dandy. You deploy your unwitting accomplice, Dandy, right? The icebreaker?
I mean, you can't help but not use him. He's so lovable and everything.
Well, you told police that was part of the strategy.
You see, it's reverse anthropomorphism. Rather than assigning human qualities to an animal, they assign animal qualities to humans. So he's got his laughing, lovable golden retriever. He must be okay.
Right.
Reverse anthropomorphism.
Some men use dogs to meet women that way. You use your dog to meet victims that way. It worked on her, right? Now you're walking up towards the summit on the trail in close proximity. The presence of so many other people on the trail didn't dissuade you?
I'm telling you, it should have. I walked up the trail with her for a ways, and several people saw me with her.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, one guy, and it turns out that he was law enforcement. Yeah. One guy said, "Are you with her?" And I said, "No." That should have killed it right there.
Moments later, alone with Meredith on the trail, the former Army soldier brandished his bayonet blade and prepared to strike. But subduing her wouldn't be nearly as easy as he expected. Meredith Emerson was trained in martial arts and ready for the aging maniac. You confront her with the bayonet, she attacks the weapon.
She shocked me. She had real quick hands, and she grabbed the knife blade. She cut her hand slightly. Like I said, the bayonet was not sharp. She grabbed it, and I was so slack, I was like lollygagging around. Didn't have a good, firm grip on it. And she twisted it right out of my hand.
So she disarms you.
But she loses control of the bayonet, too, at the same time.
Now you know you've badly miscalculated. You resort to your second go-to weapon, the police baton.
And she just proceeded to grab the baton and took that out of my hand.
So now you're getting your ass kicked by a girl in the woods.
No.
Sounds like it.
Not at all.
Really? I sensed at this moment that pressing Hilton might help reveal just how prideful and heartless he is. To get inside his head, I needed to get under his skin.
What do you think?
You're armed, she's not. You have, 40 or 50 pounds on her. Not very manly of you, Mr. Hilton. You pick a weak victim. An Army soldier would call that a punk move.
No one was there but her and me, and I'm telling you frankly, even the best of us have bad days. Okay? And no, it wasn't a punk move, because guess what happened then? After she took the bat, she took the bayonet, what happened then?
You had to hand fight her, you said.
And what happened then?
Well, you overpowered her just barely, it sounds like.
No, not just barely.
No?
Where did you get that at?
Well, you said to the police, I had to hand fight her. I probably have multiple fractures in my right hand.
Yes, that's right.
I still couldn't get control of her. She would feign or pretend that I was in control and then start fighting again. So I had to hit her a number of times. Straight punches to the face or the head.
Right, but I had control of her. I had her with my left hand the whole time. So what happened? I beat her ass.
Can I ask you this? Empathy, mercy, decency, did those ideas ever register with you at all?
Yes. I have 4 different personalities. A soldier, a scientist, an artist, and a comedian.
Hilton says he has multiple personalities, to which he ascribes 4 respective professions, though he is qualified in none.
The soldier and the scientist, they're totally rational, unemotional. The artist is concerned with textures and feelings and emotions, and the comedian wants to make people happy. The soldier personality is emotionalist. Kill them all, let God sort them out. That's the soldier mentality.
Is it possible that all that talk about being an Army soldier was delusional on your part?
No.
No?
No. I've been tested too many times. I've been in too many fights for over 20 years.
Hilton forcibly abducted Meredith Emerson and chained her to the chassis inside his white van. While Meredith languished, a massive search was underway to find her that garnered widespread media attention. But the scale of the crime scene, nearly 1 million acres of Georgia's Chattahoochee National Forest, was daunting.
No trace yet of a missing 24-year-old Gwinnett County woman.
We were there from sunup to sundown.
Meredith Emerson could do anything. If anybody can survive this, she can.
We haven't found anything here yet.
The community rallies.
Yeah, I thought this would just pass unnoticed. Just another hiker missing in the mountains, man, no big deal. Maybe a paragraph in the paper. Good grief.
Suddenly, the investigation was blown wide open. Police pick up a digital trail as Meredith repeatedly sends Hilton to ATM machines with the wrong PIN number, signaling his location. Hilton is publicly identified as the prime suspect, last seen by witnesses with Meredith Emerson alive. The race is on to rescue Meredith and apprehend Hilton.
It is going to be a white male between the ages of 50 and 60 years old.
But the next discovery would change everything.
The body of 84-year-old Irene Bryant was discovered on November 9th in the North Carolina woods, and her husband, 80-year-old John, is still missing.
It turns out that Meredith Emerson is not the first person attacked on Hilton's killing spree, only the latest.
You never intended to let her go.
Never.
Now you keep pointing to robbery, but that sure seems like a pretext for what you described as paraphilia. Was that just an excuse to torture and kill people?
No. Torture and kill people?
Yeah.
Hold on. Torture? I didn't torture anybody.
You kidnap people, chain them up in your car, you beat them to death, you rape them. Most people would regard that as torture.
No. Where are we going with this?
Well, I think we're going to the mind of a psychopath.
A psychopath?
Devoid of empathy, mercy, or decency.
Narcissistic?
Psychotically so.
You're nuts.
I'm nuts.
Yes, you are nuts.
Okay.
This week,
Lori Vallow Daybell representing herself. What to expect and what to look for each day in the cult mom conspiracy trial.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
The NWSL is on Ion. Barbara Banda and the Pride battle the Spirit.
Take it in the box!
Then Lola Bonta and the Current take on the Dash.
What a strike!
Coverage starts Saturday at 5 p.m.
Ion, it's on.
All day above Blood Mountain, the State Patrol's infrared detectors scanned for body heat below.
The search for Meredith Emerson made national headlines and was a desperate race against time.
Do everything we can do to make sure that if she's up there, that we get her out of there safely.
Police now knew who took her and which way he was driving. They also knew that Hilton could snap at any moment.
It's a missing persons investigation right now, and that's how we're pursuing it.
And the scale of the investigation had expanded to 3 states when police realized that Meredith Emerson wasn't Hilton's first victim, only the latest.
The body of 84-year-old Irene Bryant was discovered on November 9th in the North Carolina woods, and her husband, 80-year-old John, is still missing.
4 months earlier, John and Irene Bryant had just arrived at Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. The retired couple were 80 and 84 years old, but fit and young at heart, and avid hikers. But on this day, the Bryants walked onto the trailhead and into an ambush. 61-year-old drifter Gary Hilton was armed and lying in wait.
Irene and John Bryant, right? October 2007.
Mm-hmm. Hilton has never discussed exactly what happened to the Bryants until now.
The crime scene is North Carolina's Pisgah National Forest, 500,000 acres, with hundreds of miles of hiking trails. At what point did you spot the two octogenarians?
When they got out of their car at the trailhead.
In the parking lot?
Yeah. It was just a little parking lot.
And why them? Were there no lone girls out there that day to pick on?
No, I violated one of my rules. I said no couples, because two murders would generate a lot of publicity. I was down to one Ritalin, 2 spoons of coffee, $2. I'd been living out of dumpsters from a picnic area for 2 weeks. I'd lost a ton of weight. I think I was probably about down to 140. And I just said, hey, this has got to stop. And I had to take someone.
What do you mean when you say you had to take someone?
To get money.
For robbery purposes?
Oh, well, yes. I'm going to stake out this trailhead, and the first person that shows up goes.
It was the Bryants?
Yes.
Okay. What happens next?
So I kind of geared up, and so I say to John Bryant, you know what? We're going to take your credit card and run it. And he said, I'll go to hell. And he just brushed right past me. And I deployed the baton and hit him on the back of his left knee. So the guy whirls around. He was a big guy, a big, strong man, just as fit as can be. He whirls around, he's carrying this trekking stick, this hiking stick that they love to carry. So he goes after me with that. So I just brushed it away, and then whack, hit him on the side of the head, then pulled out a pepper, sprayed him in the face. He steps forward a few feet and goes down.
Where was Irene?
She was a few feet ahead of him. And then he does the craziest thing. I can't believe this. He said, Irene, I can't see. Hit him. Well, I just beaten him down. And he's a big guy, 6 foot plus. And now he's telling his wife to fight me. And bless her heart, Irene, she was all heart.
She comes at you.
She springs right into a fencing position, like on guard, and pow, and stabs me in the chest. I go, and I brush it to one side and whack, hit her with the expander. She goes down. Then I'm going to take him with me. Bryant never gets up, but he does another crazy thing. While he's sitting there, he pulls his wallet out, and he takes his credit cards out, and he throws them. Inexplicable.
Did you abduct both of them at that point?
No. I only abducted him. She wouldn't get in the van.
So what'd you do to her?
Well, I put him in the van, locked him in the van, closed the door, and I went back over to her a few feet away. She knew what was coming. And she said, I'm not getting in the van. The police always tell you, don't get in the vehicle. You're as good as dead. And she says, I'm not getting in the van. I gave her my Dirty Harry voice. I said, you're not getting in the van. She said, no. And I immediately laid into her. I beat her, and her blood blew up. And it hit me in the eyes, and it turned my vision red. Oh, nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty.
Hilton dumped Irene Bryant's body near the trail and held a battered John Bryant captive in his white van. He masked his face with duct tape and used the Bryant's ATM card to withdraw his payday for murder and kidnapping. $300.
There are easier ways to get money.
There are.
So you're
It was all stupid, very stupid.
I mean, yielding what, a few $100s over the course of 6 months?
Very stupid. The smart thing to do would be to take people in parking lots, okay?
What about getting a job and earning some money? Won't take anybody.
I'm 61 years old. I'm sick with MS. I'm burned out. I have no resume. I'm going to walk into a phone room looking for a job as a telemarketer.
Better than going out there killing innocent people, right?
Well, robbing a bank was better than that. No, there's no practical way of working.
Hilton then drove John Bryant deep into yet another national park, the Nantahala National Forest, to end his life.
I wanted to get him a little further away because there were some houses within earshot. But John tried to run from me, and he fell down an embankment, and he caught his arm between two trees and broke it right here. So I tried to get him up, and he couldn't get up like that. So, I had the pistol in my pocket. I just shot him in the side of the head, through and through shot.
John and Irene Bryant left 4 children and 11 grandchildren behind. For the next few weeks, Hilton was in between murders, what criminologists called the serial killer's cooling off period.
Can you explain to me what happens in your mind in that cooling off period?
I'm putting the future out of my mind. I have future foreshortening. I just get up every day and go hiking.
You're not thinking about it at all?
Trying not to.
Is the appetite for it rebuilding over the course of the weeks in between?
There was never an appetite for it.
Well, how can that be?
Because I told you, as soon as I started this, I said no.
Well, why didn't you stop then, as soon as you started it?
Well, I didn't see any alternative.
What do you mean?
That's what I mean. And if that sounds illogical, well, that was my state of mind.
Your mindset was that you couldn't see a way forward without continuing to kill?
Yes.
Just weeks after murdering the Bryants in North Carolina, Hilton was yet again broke and out for blood. He had made his way to Florida's Apalachicola National Forest, 1,000 square miles of dense woods, and set his sights on a nurse and Sunday school teacher named Cheryl Dunlap.
She was walking on the trail.
She was walking. Now, you've never publicly told exactly what happened there, right?
No, I haven't. And that case currently is under appeal. As a matter of fact, it hasn't been finally adjudicated. But hey, I'm going to give you a new scoop.
This is Gary Hilton at an ATM machine in Tallahassee, Florida in December 2007. His face is disguised to hide his identity. He's robbing his latest victim. But that is the least of his sins.
You have the power to haunt our dreams.
Yes, sir.
Turn them into nightmares, to worry about our daughters, to worry about our mothers, to worry about ourselves. Do you enjoy having that kind of power over us?
In a perverse kind of way, I do. The woman I killed in Tallahassee, that I have my current death sentence for, she was a devout Christian and a real wheel in the church.
Cheryl Dunlap.
Yes.
Now, you've never publicly told exactly what happened there, right?
No, I haven't. And that case currently is under appeal.
Right.
As a matter of fact, it hasn't been finally adjudicated. But hey, I'm going to give you a new scoop. I did it. So there you have it.
You did it?
Yes, I'm confessing to a murder on camera that I've never had before.
You murdered...
So I'm giving you something, David.
You murdered Cheryl Dunlap.
Yes, I did it. I did it. And I'll be glad to tell anyone I did.
After committing a double murder in North Carolina in the fall of 2007, Hilton fled one massive crime scene for another, arriving in Florida's Apalachicola National Forest. Yet again, Hilton found himself broke, hungry, and hunting for a human target. He was living out of his van and living out a fiendish killing spree.
Where did you first spot her?
In the Leon Sinks recreation area, on the trail.
Mm-hmm. Did you follow her?
I staked out the trail and I had binoculars. I was covered with a mosquito net.
I see.
For camouflage.
Now, this is part of the Apalachicola National Forest, another enormous stretch of 1,000 square miles.
It's about 40 by 40 miles. I finally had to get somebody because I had a little bit of peanut butter, some fruit juju, one Ritalin, a few spoons of coffee, and I had to take someone.
When Cheryl Dunlap wasn't tending to her patients as a nurse, she was teaching Sunday school. But on this day, she was simply enjoying a walk in the pristine national forest. Hilton kidnapped and held Cheryl Dunlap captive, just as he had done to other victims, keeping her for days bound by chains to trees and inside his van. After using her ATM card to steal her money, he decided to end her life. But first, he would toy with her.
I put all her stuff together that I'd taken, her car keys and her cell phone and everything, and said, I'm going to let you go. But first I'm going to go into town and run your credit card just to make sure it's good.
Did she seem hopeful? Did she believe you?
I believe so.
Okay. Tell me, how did Cheryl die?
I said, come on, let's go. I'm going to train you to a tree. And I have a chain and a lock. And she grabs it and goes right down and to put it on herself. She was already used to the drill. And I kind of had a feeling that she was going to try to not click that lock. You know what I mean? Just pretend it was locked. And as soon as she was down there and with her back to me, I had my pistol in a fanny pack there, a little .22, and I pulled it out and shot her in the back of the head.
Hilton then dismembered her head and hands and burned her body.
Cheryl Dunlap, she was all religion. And it gave me a kind of a perverse amusement to think I just terrorized an entire church. Okay, I just have affected their life for the rest of their life. They'll never forget it. And all those little kids that she taught Sunday school to find out that she was killed and her head was cut off and her hands were cut off. It could haunt them, and
well, it will scar them for the rest of their lives.
Yes, right.
You enjoy that, amuse yourself?
No, it's just I have to admit.
Yeah.
I kind of like ha 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 ha, you know. But she said something that really grabbed me, kind of rattled me.
What'd she say?
Cheryl was sitting here and the girls that we mentored together were running through the room and they were smiling and laughing, and Cheryl had the biggest smile on her face. She was so proud of them and she loved them so much. She had her scrubs on. I love that picture because it was Cheryl.
Cheryl Dunlap had lived a life of service.
There's probably not a day that goes by that I don't think about her.
No.
Because she was really, we were like, in each other's lives, in a deep way.
When she wasn't treating patients in her nursing job, she was teaching Sunday school.
The thing that I miss most about Cheryl is her ability to listen. We spoke every day on the phone.
Cindy Wechter and Laura Mayo were Cheryl Dunlap's best friends.
I missed the thought that she was always praying for me. And I knew that no matter what was going on in my life, wherever she was and wherever I was, and even if we didn't talk, if something was going wrong in my life, she would know about it. And she would be praying for me.
On December 1st, 2007, she disappeared.
So I got a call and was told that she didn't show up for Sunday school, and they asked if I had heard from her, and I said, no. I said, but that doesn't sound like Cheryl. And I said, this is concerning.
Dunlap's disappearance matched Hilton's M.O. She was last seen in the Apalachicola National Forest, just outside Tallahassee, Florida. Withdrawals were made from her bank account by a man wearing a makeshift mask of tape. And then 2 weeks later, her decapitated body was discovered by a hunter.
Authorities also believe Hilton may be connected to yet another woman's disappearance in Florida.
From the first time I saw him and from the first time I heard him speak, I knew that something was just not right with him. I just felt this sense of darkness and evil.
The first time I heard the name Gary Hilton was, as Cindy said, wow, it was like there was no soul. But he was definitely an evil person.
Hilton had never before confessed to Cheryl Dunlap's murder. We played part of his confession for Cheryl's dear friends, Cindy Wechter and Laura Mayo.
How did Cheryl die?
Gunshot to the back of the head.
You were walking her, behind her?
No, I said I was letting her go.
Oh, that trick.
Yeah, that trick. Yeah, he's a tricky guy.
17 years later, Hilton still recalls her final words that shook the hardened killer to his core.
But she said something that really grabbed me.
What'd she say?
She said,
before you die, ask Jesus to forgive you for what you've done. And Jesus said, kind of rattled me.
That make you think twice?
No.
Did that make her more human?
No,
to you?
Oh, she was human.
Didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
What I thought about was God's grace was right there with her. Even though she was facing death, you're telling him to ask for forgiveness? I think that's so powerful. She would start sentences off like, if my life is to be prophetic. And she would say that in a way that she knew certain things. And I don't think she knew all of this, but you know how there are times there are people that have a knowing? So when I heard that, it just brought me immense joy.
And I was just so proud of my friend, just so proud of her.
Back in 2007, there were few clues as to how Cheryl died, and Hilton might have gotten away with it if he hadn't had the urge to strike again. Just 1 month after killing Cheryl Dunlap, Hilton prowled another national forest, out of money and out of his mind. This time, it was Georgia's Blood Mountain, where another missing woman was fighting for dear life.
Do you hate women?
Yes and no. Yes.
But Hilton's final murder victim, Meredith Emerson, had a clever plan of her own that would lead to Hilton's capture and end the killing.
Hi, I had this, the person of interest in that missing woman case is at this Chevron gas station. He's throwing stuff in the dumpster here. I can go take him down if you want.
No, sir, stay right there. Police are there?
Yes. They got him.
Gary Michael Hilton is finally about to face justice. He lurked in the woods, preyed on hikers, and says he became America's oldest serial killer.
I was always real good to my victims.
Until you bludgeoned them?
Until they either shot them or bludgeoned them.
once you've taken someone, you're either going to kill them or you're going to get caught.
In 2007, Gary Michael Hilton, a deranged 61-year-old drifter, launched a killing spree in national forests spanning 3 different states. John and Irene Bryant had been slain in North Carolina. Cheryl Dunlap was murdered in Florida. And on New Year's Day in 2008, a young woman named Meredith Emerson went missing on Georgia's Blood Mountain.
You never intended to let her go?
Never.
Right.
Now, Hilton's talking for the first time ever about his murderous midlife crisis.
I'm going to give you a news scoop. I did it.
Making news with a murder confession.
Yes, I'm confessing to a murder on camera that I've never had before.
And opening a window into the mind of a madman.
Outside of crime, your life is utterly unremarkable.
A complete abject failure.
Except killing.
Well, that started when I was 61.
Did it really?
Yeah, I knew that was coming. I set the record. I'm the oldest serial killer in American history. Isn't that amazing?
On New Year's Day, 2008, 24-year-old Meredith Emerson went for a walk on a mountain park trail and crossed paths with evil.
You told police that your MO was to lurk and sometimes watch with binoculars from a distance, just like a hunter would.
Yeah.
And were you doing that on this day?
No, I was just coming down off the trail and boom, there she was.
Meredith fiercely fought the attacker, but Hilton overpowered her and chained her inside the white van he lived in.
And thus begins 4 days of living hell for Meredith Emerson.
No.
Yes.
Sitting across from Hilton on Florida's death row, I'm staring at a real-life paradox. He's happy to admit to serial murder, but protests being characterized as inhumane.
She had a good time.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't.
David, I was there.
I know, but I knew you were there, but you were in Gary Hilton world. In the real world, she was being tormented and tortured.
She was not tormented and tortured.
They fight, and then they submit. Right. And a lot of it is because of me. I reassure that it's going to be okay, but just quit fighting or you're going to get hurt.
17 years ago, when he was interrogated, Hilton told police he had a magical ability to comfort and lull his victims into submission, and he still stands by that claim.
All of my victims fought me initially, but I quickly gained control, and then they all became strangely submissive. That's because of my power. I could put them at ease.
She stuck in your van, chained to the chassis?
No. She was unrestrained 90% of the time. Only during transit was she restrained.
You had a collar on her neck?
I'm telling you, we had a relaxing time. I gave her books to read. She would read them and everything. She wouldn't eat anything. I kept trying to. No.
You're so delusional that you think she was having a good time.
Oh, well, she wasn't being tortured.
You told police she was not having a bad time at all, enjoying herself. I could tell that.
Well, in the sense she did.
The advice to people if they're abducted is to engage your abductor and to make yourself a person to them.
Hilton offered police this advice for anyone being held captive.
tell them about your family, what your dreams and hopes and plans and schemes are, because the abductor is psychopathic. He's looking at you in an inhuman way. You want to make yourself a human.
Turns out that's exactly what Meredith Emerson tried to do in the clutches of the madman. But the cruel irony is lost on Hilton.
She would joke.
This is her engaging you to try and save her life.
David, you are talking through your ass.
You might be telling yourself that to make yourself appear less evil, but she was not having a good time, Mr. Hilton.
No, I'm not. You're less evil. I'm your worst nightmare, David.
You're not trying to appear less evil.
No.
Here she is fighting for her life, heroically, valiantly. That meant nothing to you in terms of empathy, mercy, or decency, did it?
Not at that moment. I was always real good to my victims. I treated them good.
You think so?
I know I did.
Until you bludgeoned them?
Until they either shot them or bludgeoned them, yeah.
But you have 0.0 empathy. First chance you get, you rape her.
Yes.
Paraphilia?
That was, yes.
Mm-hmm. Paraphilia is a fixation on sexual sadism, a condition Hilton admits drove him to rape Meredith Emerson, and yet he denies both the brutality and the gratification of the act.
I didn't enjoy it. I just did it because I planned it.
Come on.
No.
You expect anyone to believe that?
Yes.
You also told the police that you didn't force her.
No.
That seems ridiculous. You're forcing this whole circle.
Oh, it was a rape. Made no mistake, but I didn't physically overpower her or anything.
No trace yet of a missing 24-year-old Gwinnett County woman.
All day above Blood Mountain, the State Patrol's infrared detectors scanned for body heat below.
But there's still hope for Meredith Emerson as news crews and search teams descend on Blood Mountain.
We heard that there was a missing hiker January 2nd. It was in an area within the jurisdiction of my unit.
Detective John Cagle of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation got the call to find Meredith Emerson.
We learned that Meredith was a recent graduate of the University of Georgia. She was living in an area north of Metro Atlanta and had a job in marketing. She was an experienced hiker. She also had studied martial arts. So this is not somebody who would have just gotten lost on the trail. We all became very concerned that this was something more than an overdue hiker. We had hundreds and hundreds of volunteers just show up to help look for Meredith. We organized search teams to go on Blood Mountain and to search not only the trail, but off the trails.
The search is on.
That was a shocker.
You told police you didn't like seeing that. You ridiculed the people who didn't know her but came out to help anyway.
I ridiculed the people. No, I didn't.
You see the candlelight marches for Meredith Emerson and other people, and people show up and they carry the people that don't even know the girl. I mean, 35,000 people a year get shredded, maimed, and beaten to death in car wrecks, okay? I mean, yeah, what I'm talking about is a virtual grief.
An enormous crime scene. It's no wonder the police were stymied for so long. You watched this search unfold, right? Hundreds of searchers, helicopters, dogs, people walking the grid out there in the middle of nowhere. Did you just watch all that play out in amusement?
No. I didn't know anything about that.
You didn't?
Nope.
Hilton didn't know it, but he had just become the prime suspect and was about to become the prey.
We began to interview people that had been on the trail New Year's Day and had seen Meredith. They began to comment that they had seen her talking with an older guy. The older guy was acting very strangely. So we began to put out a description of this person that had been seen with Meredith. And we got a call to our tip line from someone who says, I think I know who you're looking for. His name is Gary Hilton.
After stalking and killing unsuspecting hikers in 2 other states, Hilton is now the one being hunted. The captive Meredith has a plan of her own.
They fight, and then they submit.
And a surprise in store for the aging maniac.
She kept on fighting you, right, with her brains, outsmarting you with the bank cards.
She didn't outsmart.
Got you running around.
You think so, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Did you not figure out what she was doing?
In the days after Meredith Emerson's disappearance on New Year's Day 2008, police are on the brink of finding her and her captor, Gary Michael Hilton.
She's an innocent stranger, so why Meredith Emerson?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a good question.
What's the answer?
It was just the mission at the time.
The mission at the time?
Yep.
The mission to what?
To kill, murder, and take her ATM card and get the money out of it.
But when Hilton demanded Meredith's ATM card, she repeatedly gave him bad PIN numbers, which he used at machines along the escape route, leaving a trail of digital breadcrumbs for Georgia detective John Cagle.
We found out that there, in fact, had been activity throughout the week. The first night, on January 1st, there was activity at a bank about 15 miles from Blood Mountain. And then another attempt at a bank about 40 miles south. And then the following day, there was another attempt about 70 miles southwest of Blood Mountain. So they're all over the place. She was doing that to give us time to try to catch up.
She kept on fighting you, right, with her brains, outsmarting you with the bank cards.
She didn't outsmart. I knew what she was doing.
How many times did she have you running to ATMs?
One, I don't know, off the top of my head.
Several times.
5 times, yeah.
You gave the police a virtual roadmap as you tried to use her ATM card.
Mm-hmm.
She knew this was the way to hold the window open for a rescue and to be tracked.
You think so, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Did you not figure out what she was doing?
I think she miscalculated.
Well, kept her alive for 4 days. You might have killed her that first day. Who knows?
Thanks to Meredith, police now have a bead on Hilton. But they know that time may be running out for her because the killer could snap at any moment.
We were getting closer to Hilton, but we seemed to be just a step behind. The longer these things go on, the less likely there's a good outcome.
You told police there was never any plan to let her go.
Right.
I knew that if I let her go, I'd be identified.
Mm-hmm.
I knew she couldn't be let go. I knew she was doomed.
Yep, I was as good as caught if I let her go.
On the last day, you pulled the cruelest trick of all on her, right? You told her you were letting her go home.
Oh, cruel?
Very cruel. Pure evil. No?
Well, what if I told her, today I'm going to kill you?
Equally evil.
Equally evil?
Yes. You tie her to a tree, you bag up all her stuff, and now it's the iron bar, right?
Yes.
Solid iron bar. Struck her with that.
Yes.
She said, no, let me go.
Yes.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Put her hands up.
Yeah.
You keep striking her.
Uh-huh.
You'll see some defensive wounds to her hands.
Oh, God, yes.
Beat her into unconsciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, I kept striking her to ensure she was dead.
Yeah.
You feeling anything at this point? Or
yes.
What are you feeling?
Loathing. It's terrible. Beating someone to death is number one, it's a hard way to die, and it's a hard way to kill anyone. Oh, I wouldn't have done it if I had my guns with me.
Did you ever consider not killing her?
No.
Not taking her?
No.
You didn't have to kill her.
Yes, I did.
If you didn't kill her, you wouldn't have to cut her up, right?
If I didn't kill her, I'd have been caught.
And then you decapitate her with what you describe as a standard serrated kitchen knife.
Bread knife.
Why'd you do that?
Because her hair is full of forensic evidence, including dog hair. Her hair is full of Dandy's hair, and they get DNA off dog hairs.
You say you did that for forensic reasons, right?
Yes, it's like a
more common variety paraphilia. Because the filing a corpse is a telltale sign of paraphilia.
No, you're barking up the wrong tree there.
Sure?
Positive. It was dreadful. I'd already told you I couldn't even look.
The fact that he had decapitated her, I asked him what was that about? And he said that he had done that for forensic purposes. And if anybody's ever met Gary Hilton, he did that because he liked it.
Finally, police used Meredith's ATM smoke signal to hone in on Hilton and spread the word.
The cab 911, what's the exact location? I have the person of interest in that missing woman case is at this Chevron gas station. The van is here, the dog is here, the red dog, and I saw the man's face, and I've been watching the news, and I know it's him. He's throwing stuff in the dumpster here. I can go take him down if you want. No, sir, stay right there. Okay. He looks like he's finishing up. You guys gotta hurry.
Just hours after Hilton murdered Meredith, police tracked him down outside a gas station.
Here comes the cops. Yes. Police are there? Yes. They got him.
Brought to heel by a young woman who outsmarted a serial killer and lost her life in the process of stopping him.
Meredith was not with him when he was arrested. We did not believe this was going to have a good outcome for Meredith.
Hilton's arrest made headlines as hikers across the Southeast could breathe a sigh of relief.
Gary Michael Hilton, of course, is the suspect who is now in custody.
Cops tracked this guy down and captured him.
61-year-old Gary Michael Hilton now sits in a county jail.
One thing I didn't ask you about, did you have to put something to keep her quiet, a gag, so to speak, or anything like that? Was she unconscious at that point?
Never. She was hard to subdue.
Prosecutors in Georgia cut a deal with Hilton for the sake of the victim's family. Tell police where he hid Meredith's remains, and the state will take the death penalty off the table. Cagle then set out to bring Meredith home from a remote location in the woods.
I found her clothes first, and I began to just on my hands and knees began to push back leaves and brush next to the tree. And I went probably 15 feet, maybe 20 feet doing that until I was able to uncover the leaves that exposed her head. I had another agent with me, and I said, I told him to stay with Meredith because we're not going to leave her.
The Emersons were finally able to lay their beloved and brave daughter to rest.
They had a memorial service for Meredith in Athens, Georgia. And thousands of people came that didn't even know Meredith. Her friends, her family were all alike. They were all just good, solid people. And so it was a tough time for the family and the friends and the hiking community.
But to authorities in Georgia, there were still unanswered questions. Why did Gary Hilton kill these people? And what set him off?
Listen, I know as well as anyone, I'm a crime expert, and I know that serial killers never ever start when they're 61 years old. And they don't wake up and start killing people. It doesn't happen.
So how do you account for that?
Well, let me finish. It's never happened in the past, and it's never going to happen again. I set the record for, I'm the oldest serial killer in American history. And I understand that the probability, that I have been killing people before is perhaps 90%. So I can understand someone not believing me, and trust me, nobody will believe me. My best friend of 10 years was visiting me a couple of weeks ago, and he still was not sure. My legal team is still not sure.
Do you maintain, but contrary to common sense and logic and statistics,
let me answer that with a saying that I've come up with. You must always leave room for the exception.
So you maintain
you must always leave room for the coincidence.
All these years later, Hilton remains perversely proud of his crimes. But this deranged serial killer's reign of terror is over. And now Gary Hilton is the one in chains and about to finally face justice.
I believe he is nothing more than a bully and a weak-minded coward who preys on others.
In the 1995 B horror movie Deadly Run, a psychotic killer kidnaps women and releases them into a mountain wilderness only to stalk and hunt them down. Gary Hilton is listed on the movie's IMDb page as an uncredited member of the crew. The film's producer, Sam Rail, says Hilton even embellished the screenplay with detailed ways of tormenting the female characters. Some scenes were filmed near Blood Mountain, where Gary Hilton abducted 24-year-old Meredith Emerson in 2008.
Back in '95, you helped make a movie called Deadly Run. Is that art imitating life or life imitating art?
It's neither. This is Sam Rail acquired this. Here's the genesis of that. Sam Rail acquired this property. In other words, a screenplay.
But you did work on the film, right?
No.
You didn't help him with the film?
No,
He credits you with ideas like, let's have the women fight back.
Yes, that guy has caused me more mischief than not a chance.
You say none of that's true?
No.
Uh-huh. Okay. It's an eerie coincidence that the plot of the movie revolves around hunting women down and killing them.
It is.
The cabin used to shoot a scene is stone's throw from one of your old crime scenes.
No, it isn't.
Blood Mountain? No?
It's not a stone's throw
20 minutes, 20 miles?
Oh, well, it's a long throw.
It's surprising that Hilton would deny an association with the film. In the aftermath of his arrest, he appeared to relish any notoriety.
I was kind of like a Hollywood celebrity that's been bad and now trying to, you see what I mean? The more you limit it, the bigger demand it makes.
You are infamous.
Yes, sir.
Collectors of murder memorabilia think you're a big celebrity.
Oh, yeah, I'm a hot commodity.
You enjoy all that attention?
It's better than being ignored.
After Hilton cut a deal in Georgia to avoid the death penalty there, police tried to get him to talk about his other crimes. The murders of John and Irene Bryant in North Carolina and the killing of Cheryl Dunlap in Florida. But instead, he put on a dizzying display of derangement.
Let me tell you, in 4.5 billion years, the sun's going to run out of nuclear fuel. It'll start to collapse in on itself. It's kind of like the Lone Ranger. And the Lone Ranger would come galloping into town. There would be all the schmuck townspeople, right? And here the Lone Ranger would be wearing this mask, a skin-tight outfit, a really elaborate 2-gun rig mounted with silver with chrome pistols. I have a Rage Against Society, and I guess most people would fit the bill as far as the victim goes. Wasn't it you that asked me what's it like to cut someone's head off? Okay. It was dreadful, and the only thing you can do is so dreadful that the only thing you can do is go on autopilot. I told you it wasn't worth it.
Hilton's no different than any other serial killer. They always think they're the most, important and the smartest person in the room. And Hilton's no exception. The only time he's smarter than anybody is when he's alone in his cell. That's the time he's the smartest guy in the room.
Do you think you're smart?
I am.
You do? Now, they say serial killers are the smartest of the killing group.
They do?
But I can't tell how smart you are. Cunning, sure. Uneducated for the most part. Basing your crimes in such sprawling settings seems clever. But you did a lot of stupid things along the way too, right?
Sure did.
Hilton's many missteps would come back to haunt him, this time in a Florida courtroom where the death penalty was back on the table.
And if they want to spend $1 million, $2 million to convict me, and then another $2 million to get death, and then another $8 million to defend the death penalty.
That's exactly what authorities did in Florida State Court for the abduction and murder of beloved nurse Cheryl Dunlap.
Gary was not the ordinary killer. There were too many levels to him.
Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Abby Strauss was one of the first to evaluate Gary Hilton's mind for the Florida court case.
I was hired by the Office of the Public Defender in 2009 to see him, to do a psychiatric evaluation, and I was trying to get a sense of what happened. Why did you not kill anybody until you're 61 years old?
Hilton greeted Dr. Strauss with his characteristic grandiosity.
I said, Mr. Hilton, glad to meet you. And he said, Dr. Strauss? Oh, yes, I knew you were coming. By the way, did you read the New York Times today? I am there to talk to him about the charges of murder against him. And it seemed almost like it was a deflection of some sort. Gary had a script, obviously very bright, and he basically tried to control the interview at first. He said that he was happy to be in jail. It took a lot of the pressures off. He didn't have to worry about anything, and he was going to retire in jail. But when we started talking about his mother, things changed. He talked about how indeed he is a misogynist. He hates women, and his hatred was deep.
Do you hate women?
Yes and no. Yes.
Here's how you described women to police. You see, part of my dislike, or I wouldn't call it hatred, but almost, for women is that they have all the advantages.
You don't be fooled by a woman's nurturing instinct. Look at their free will personalities, and you're going to find women are the most hateful, avaricious, accumulative, greedy, and heartless.
You believe all that?
Women have all the advantages. They're smarter, they're more intuitive, they're more patient, which is a very prime virtue, very valuable virtue. They're more patient, and they have all the. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Are those your reasons for hating them?
It's just not fair.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
No.
Dr. Strauss has a theory about Hilton's hatred of women.
Apparently his mother divorced his biological father when he was roughly 5 years old, and they got married to the stepfather. And it was not a good relationship. Gary said that his mother would speak to him about the importance of giving her new husband a good orgasm. How destructive to a kid who's trying to figure out life to have to live what he knows about his mother's orgasmic history.
Strauss testified at the Dunlap trial.
State of Florida versus Gary Michael Hilton.
And presented his findings as a mitigating factor during the sentencing phase.
A child can grow up with this emptiness inside of them.
I got the feeling that the jury thought I was giving him a bunch of psychological BS.
The evidence against Hilton was overwhelming.
Your lawyers are presenting mitigating factors, which were underwhelming. And then the state plays videos of you post-murders, happy-go-lucky, basically celebrating. At one point you say, in a sing-song voice, I had to kill those bitches.
I killed them with it. Because of the park. Yeah. But first, I gotta go hide it somewhere else.
Yes. You know, that was funny because
Funny?
This was after Cheryl. This is after. Yeah, it was funny because I wanted to delete everything on the camera. This is a digital camera. And I knew that you just can't hit the delete. I don't remember saying that, but it sounds like something I would say.
It showed how devoid of remorse you were.
Boy, you're on a attack. You've got me at a loss for words, David.
In 2011, Hilton was convicted of first-degree capital murder in Florida,
where he'll face the death penalty in the killing and decapitation of this woman, Cheryl Dunlap.
He also pled guilty to the murders of Irene and John Bryant in North Carolina. Their family took to local media to express their outrage at the serial killer.
He beat my mother to death. He shot my father in the head. He murdered two people for no reason other than the trophies of their clothes and the $300 he got from their bank card.
The Bryant's children say they don't believe that Hilton is sorry.
No empathy, no mercy, no decency.
Well, I think let's not go that far. Although, let me tell you, Meredith is the one that really gets to me. She was 24 years old. I stole over 50 years of her life. She was such a great girl. Just graduated from a fine school, Georgia, and had a bright future. And I took it all from her. Just, it's terrible. It was terrible.
You said about Cheryl Dunlap, the community went absolutely nuts over this. Sure, she's a nurse and she teaches Sunday school to fifth graders, but you'd think I killed Mother Teresa.
Hey, look, it's just another murder. So many, there's a million murders.
This is how you're discussing the murder victim? You waxed poetic about Meredith and your regrets over her loss. And here, you're deriding Cheryl?
It's just nothing. What do you... I don't know how to answer that.
Having terrorized and taken the lives of others, Hilton is now about to reveal the one thing that terrifies him.
You said death is like a roaring fire. It can induce a blind panic that will make you trample your best friend to get away with it.
Very true.
And Gary Michael Hilton is about to meet his fate.
The idea of your own death still frightens you.
Yes.
You're 78 years old now, right?
Time is short. I guess you could say that it is against me.
As far as Gary Hilton getting the death penalty, the law is the law.
Laura Mayo and Cindy Wechter were Cheryl Dunlap's best friends. Cheryl's life was mercilessly cut short by serial killer Gary Michael Hilton in 2007.
I know that my faith dictates that I forgive, but the fact that he got the death penalty is probably fitting for someone like him. He cannot hurt anybody else, and I hope that he can reconcile everything he's done with God.
I also felt like he realizes that he's killed so many people, but yet he realizes he's going to die. And so it did, like Laura said, it did feel like it was fitting. It was the law, and the people who made the judgments and everything decided that this was fitting.
Back in 2008, Hilton taunted investigators and dared the courts to charge him with capital murder.
I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna dig my heels in and get around to executing me 17 years from now when I'm 78 years old and I'm decrepit and anything. Hey, they can do it.
But now, exactly 17 years later, I'm sitting across from a decrepit 78-year-old Gary Hilton. And today, it is the death penalty that he fears most.
You said something in the correspondence that I thought was especially striking. I thought I'd start with this. You said, confronting the reality of death.
Yes.
Is, of course, much different from the abstract concept.
Yes.
Death is like a roaring fire. It can induce a blind panic that will make you trample your best friend to get away with it.
Very true.
Have you witnessed this intimately in the course of imposing death on your victims?
No, their death was, to them, completely unexpected.
And yet, what surprised me about that statement is that even after all the cruelty and killing you've done, the idea of your own death still frightens you.
Yes, and for that, I'm ashamed and I feel guilty.
Because the way you struck down those innocent people, you would think that life is cheap to you. But
that's right.
Does that just apply to other people's lives, not your own?
No, it applies to their lives too.
Does it apply to yours?
Yes, and when I say I want to live, well, they wanted to live too. I know they did, and I know what I took from them.
He wants people to remember how big a serial killer he is when he dies. We'll see what the look on his face is when they bring him in to be executed.
Detective John Cagle once helped bring Hilton in, and now hopes one day to see him off.
I look forward to being there for that.
To stave off execution, Hilton has been appealing his death sentence for years. His latest effort is now pending at the U.S. 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. It's unclear how his stunning admission to the Dunlap murder earlier in our interview will impact his appeal.
I'm going to give you a news scoop. I did it.
You did it?
Yes, I'm confessing to a murder on camera that I've never had before.
You murdered...
So I'm giving you something, David.
You murdered Cheryl Dunlap.
Yes, I did it. And I'll be glad to tell anyone I did.
Why'd you wait so long to confess to this crime?
You know, you have lawyers and they pound it in you, not to say anything. But as I told you before, I'm to the point where I don't care. I don't care. There's nothing they can do to me.
Hilton may finally be on the brink of his long overdue demise, but 17 years on, will nature take him before the state of Florida can put him to death?
You're in poor health, you say?
Yes, very poor health, because I'm going to die soon.
Is that why you're here today?
Well, yeah. Time is short, but hey.
And then there's the question of other victims.
No prior murders?
No prior felonies violent felonies committed against persons of any type.
Until you're 61 years old.
It's unbelievable.
It's very hard to believe.
Isn't that amazing?
It's hard to imagine that Gary Michael Hilton's compulsion to kill started so late in life. And some in law enforcement suspect that Hilton could be behind similar unsolved murders. For former Georgia detective John Cagle, there's one outstanding case that hits close to home. The 2004 disappearance of Patrice Andrus, a hairdresser from Cumming, Georgia.
Patrice had been abducted from her hair salon that she had.
In his lengthy interrogation with investigators, Hilton revealed that he liked to visit beauty salons to hustle money for a fake charity.
That's where that beauty shop comes from.
So they're working on Saturday, and that's primarily...
That's their day. That's when the owner is going to be there. That's the busiest time of the week on any beauty shop. It's Saturday morning.
Do they tend to give up good money as far as all women in there? And,
what?
Patrice's remains were found near the same wooded area where Hilton hid Meredith Emerson's body.
The remains of Patrice Andrus were recovered 3 miles from the Dawson Forest Wildlife Management Area. The loose connection to a beauty salon or a hair salon, and then the proximity of the forest where her remains were recovered, kind of reopened our thoughts.
No prior murders?
No prior felonies violent felonies committed against persons of any type.
Until you're 61 years old.
It's unbelievable.
It's very hard to believe.
Isn't that amazing? When I started doing this, after having all these fantasies and everything for so long, I found that I didn't like it at all. It wasn't anything like the daydreams. The reality, no. And I dreaded it. And then putting it off.
Procrastinating it. Because the impulse was in you?
No, I didn't. Once I actually did it.
I see.
Once I actually did it.
Hilton has come under suspicion in connection with several other missing persons in the years leading up to his killing spree, including Judy Smith, Jason Knapp, Rosanna Miliani, and Michael Scott Lewis. All vanished from national forests in the southeastern United States, Hilton's hunting grounds. But he has never been charged in connection with these or any other attacks.
When I started out, if anyone saw me in the area, or even worse, with the victim, it was an abort decision. However, by the end of the whole thing, my mind was just ragged, disordered. And
as a result of these crimes, or some kind of descent into madness?
Not into madness. I was already mad.
Right. Were you taking these chances to amuse yourself or increase the challenge involved?
No.
Is there anything that could have happened to prevent you from murdering these people? Is there anything we at large could have done to stop this? How would you advise us with respect to all the other Gary Hiltons out there?
Couldn't help you on that. Yeah.
That's a good new question.
Thank you, ma'am.
And with that, Gary Hilton's first and likely last interview comes to an end. If he has any secrets left, he may now take them to the grave. While the families and friends of his victims continue to pick up the pieces of their lives from the carnage left in his wake. For Detective John Cagle, the Meredith Emerson case would finish a long career in law enforcement.
This was the last case I worked at GBI. I retired in April 2008. There are people, even to this day, 17 years later, that remember this case and are still struggling with it.
As for Laura Mayo and Cindy Wechter, the last thing they want to do is think about the man who took their dear friend Cheryl Dunlap's life.
When I think about Cheryl, I do think about her life. I'll think about just a random something funny. I would get in her car for lunch.
Her car would be a mess. I remember the good times. I remember us walking around the lake, Lake Ella, remember, in Tallahassee, and then we would stop and pray, and we would talk about things, and she was just always there, I want Cheryl to be defined by her life and not her death.
I'm not a monster. Not a bad person. I done a bad thing.
The state said you and Roberson were lovers, and that when you felt jilted, you lashed out by setting the fire. You say it was a cry for help and a way to escape a desperate situation, an abusive situation.
A live-in babysitter sets the house ablaze and then escapes, killing 4 young children and their parents.
I did it. I struck that match and I set that fire. But it wasn't to kill anybody. It was those innocent babies.
Michael, Dale, Gary, and Rita, all choked to death by that smoke in terror.
I ran to the bedroom and I told him the house is on fire. God help me. I tried to get them out.
Almost 50 years later, Indiana's longest-serving female inmate, Sarah Cindy White answers for setting that fatal fire and saving herself.
You got yourself out the window.
I fell out. I'm assuming White can't remember.
How do you explain the fact that you remember everything up to then and then everything after that?
I can't explain it. I really can't.
3 psychiatrists told the court that you're a pathological liar. You lied on the polygraph you took. You lied at the sentencing. You lied about setting the fire.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. But am I lying today? No.
I set the house afire, not meaning to kill anybody. God knows I didn't mean to kill him.
Now, she's making accusations of her own and pointing the finger at one of her victims.
He says, if you run or try to get away from me, he says, I will drive by and I will kill her.
But the only evidence is her own word.
Would you believe you?
Yes.
Would you forgive you?
No.
Would you free you?
That's a good question.
I'm just outside Indianapolis, heading to meet a woman who's been in prison for longer than most Americans have been alive. And yet, a half-century of incarceration isn't enough to live down her one and only crime, the murders of a family of 6 by arson. Now, more than anything, Sarah Cindy White says she just wants to be believed. With growing calls to release Indiana's longest-serving female inmate, White has a controversial story to tell.
Thank you, guys.
I want to hear her out and get a glimpse into the mind of this convicted murderer. Once a known liar, can she ever be believed?
We're really here to understand the mindset and motivations behind your actions so long ago. It's my job to embody the skepticism of the viewer. I have a duty to probe the way you would want me to if you were on the other side of the TV trying to figure out what to think. Does that make sense?
Yes.
White is 67 years old, wheelchair-bound and frail.
Why are you here today talking to us, Cindy?
And there's also a unique sensitivity at play that calls for a gentle tact.
I'm here today because there are little Cindys out there going through what I went through. And if they hear my story and they can find other ways to handle the situation that I did, they don't have to end up in here.
White says her story begins with child sexual abuse.
It happened to you at a time when most victims suffered in silence.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. I lived the abuse that my father gave me, from being a daddy's girl to being daddy's special little girl. And that's when the secret started.
That's also when the damage started.
Yes. It just went too far to where his hand was going up my shorts. And that just was not right. But I loved him. That was my dad at the age of 8. He says, this is our little secret.
White says her father's home was a living hell, and she began inventing ways to avoid it.
The brain is wired to cope. And at one point you took to pretend fainting.
The weekends were horrible. You know, the cyclone would happen in the house and he would just, and I was like, I can't do it, you know, to have a tooth knocked out and, you know, it was just one thing after another. It got to the point that around Friday.
Yeah.
I would either be delivering my newspapers or something like that, and my last newspaper would be delivered, and I knew what I had to go home to. And it just got to the point that I would make myself fall.
And it happened on Friday to avoid the weekend terror.
You know, I was faking falling off my bike. One day I fell and my leg was actually numb. I couldn't feel a thing. And later on, they diagnosed it as hysterical paralysis.
Around 16, it got so bad that you were institutionalized for almost a whole year.
Yeah, for 10 months.
They diagnosed you for an extreme stress condition known as conversion reaction, basically a psychological injury with physical manifestations.
They never explained that to me.
There was also a diagnosis that you had a tendency to exaggerate and distort facts.
Yeah.
It says that she has marked difficulty in telling straightforward stories. Does that ring true to you? Does that make sense to you?
It does make sense, but I've never heard this before.
All of this is from the case record.
You're right.
It sounds like a compulsion. Do you think that that's a coping mechanism that your brain sort of devised to somehow reconcile the world that you lived in?
It could. It's very, very, very possible.
Is that still something that you want to do at times? Could that be part of the lasting damage you've sustained, that sometimes your mind, bends what happens in order to protect yourself emotionally?
No, nothing like that now. In fact, I'm a very straightforward person.
It's also totally relevant to the case because it cuts against your credibility, right? As she was coming of age, White languished in a psychiatric hospital. But one local family had become a saving grace, the Robersons. You had already met the Robersons.
Yes, I met them on my paper route.
So they watched you grow up in a way.
Yeah, and in fact, they would ask me to babysit a couple of times.
She says Charles and Carol Roberson had even taken her in as a younger teen, when she needed safe harbor from her own family, and she would help care for their 4 young children. At that point, by all appearances, they seemed like well-meaning, decent folk.
Yeah, they were. It was fun. And it was just wonderful. And that's when I started fantasizing of Charlie, because he was being kind to me. He was, you're pretty. Look at you. You are a really pretty woman, and I have never been told that. And so therefore, I was infatuated with him.
How old were you at that point?
I was 15.
That's where the romantic feelings started.
They did.
Even before you were institutionalized.
Yes.
They kept in touch with you when you went to LaRue.
They did. They would come see me.
They would even come visit. Really?
Yes.
White says she was finally released from the psychiatric hospital just as she was turning 18, and soon landed in the one place she'd felt safe, the Roberson home. By then, according to investigators, White and Charles Roberson were exchanging these sexually charged letters. October 1975, the month she moved in. She tells him, "I wish I could have you all to myself," and that she wants him to be her first. He writes her, "You're at a legal age when you can have sex with me with no problem."
Did you fall in love with him?
In a child's mind, yeah. In an adult mind, no.
You were 18 at that point.
I was still a child. I was so damaged. And he would flirt with me, and he would tell me things that everybody wants to hear.
Can you describe it to me, what you felt for Mr. Roberson?
I got excited when I seen him. I would giggle when he would say something, and as I think back now, it would be just, a kid thing. I didn't want sex really at the time. I just wanted someone to tell me I was pretty, to tell me that I amounted to something more than a piece of ass.
You wanted love.
Yeah, something that I've never received, other than from the kids.
Is it possible, in your damaged mind at the time, that you were over-interpreting some of these things that he would say?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
And then, according to you, things suddenly get very dark.
Yeah.
White alleges both Charles and Carol Roberson became her lovers and then her captors.
It first started off with he got porn. The three of us sat there and I sat and picked with my fingers and they kept telling me, look up at the screen.
Both of them?
Yes. It was to the point that I didn't know what else to do.
But did it never cross your mind, Cindy, that if I light this match, I could kill everyone in the house?
I didn't contemplate on it that long.
As a teenager, Cindy White was committed to a psychiatric hospital and diagnosed as prone to distort and fabricate facts. Mental illness she attributes to an abusive childhood home. So, after being released from the hospital, she turned 18 and took refuge with a local couple for whom she used to babysit, the Robersons.
You've described two very different experiences in their home.
Yes.
Right? You said, oh, if I could imagine what Disneyland would be like, that would be it because I was so loved.
Yeah, I felt it. The kids, oh my, they were just, there's Aunt Cindy, there's Aunt Cindy. And I mean, they would come running. They'd see me coming on my bike.
The four of them.
The four. And you know how puppies are when they see you and they're like jumping up and down, wanting to be picked up.
So excited.
That's exactly what I got.
Wow.
And I loved every bit of it.
The Robersons' young children, Michael, Dale, Gary, and Rita, had known White for most of their young lives as a trusted babysitter.
What were your duties? What did you...
I would help Carol clean. Carol was a clean freak. She. Sorry.
It's okay. Take a minute. Some tissue here.
I love those kids.
You need a minute? We can take as much time as you need.
Please, just for a second.
Sure. All right.
The kids, we would go, the school wasn't very far from the house, and I would take them at least once a day. That was their little reward for being good. And we would go and play on the recess
playground
activities, yeah. And we play in the sprinkler before it got too cold. And, little kid stuff.
But White says soon after she arrived, the Robersons' home somehow transformed from a safe haven into a hellhole.
And then, according to you, things suddenly get very dark.
Yeah. It first started off with he got porn. Charlie would say, come in and watch this with me. And I said, I don't want to see that. And he grabbed me. And he grabbed me hard. And he said, yes, you are. You're going to sit here and watch it.
White's account of this 3-month-long stay with the Robersons describes a litany of outlandish horrors and abuse, now impossible for her victims to refute.
And I'm like, Carol will die if she hears of this. And then one day she walks in and she says, what you doing? And she said, oh, you're watching porn. And so she sat down and the three of us sat there and I sat and picked with my fingers and they kept telling me, look up at the screen.
Both of them?
Yes. And so then Charlie decided he wanted to make some movies.
Pornographic movies?
Pornographic movies.
Was Carol in on that too?
It was Carol and I that he made. And that was my first lesbianism experience.
I see. You say he invited other sexual partners to join in.
Yeah.
Who were they?
People that he knew. In fact, I myself thought I'd seen a couple of them on the police force.
Investigators later concluded that White and Charles Roberson were having a consensual affair. but found no evidence to corroborate her claims of abuse.
There's also a story about forcing you to have sex with an animal.
A dog. He wanted to videotape it, and he dictated exactly what it was that I was supposed to do. I was supposed to allow the dog to lick me.
The family pet?
Yeah, he was a family pet.
I take the issue of sexual abuse very seriously. And it is not my practice to question the accounts of victims. You obviously have no reason to lie about what happened in your home with your father. However, you do have a reason to lie about the Robersons. They were among your murder victims, and the worse you can make them look, the more sympathy and consideration you might get. Is that fair?
It's fair what you're saying, but it's not the truth. I would not rake someone's name through the coals like that. I would not falsely accuse anybody of anything, especially something of that nature.
Obviously, they're not here to defend or speak for themselves.
I know that.
Right? Nor do we have any other information that implicates them in wrongdoing apart from your own accusations that came many years after the fact. At no point between your arrest and a decade or so later did you ever note for the record or even tell your own attorneys about the abuse by the Robersons.
I clammed up. I was scared. I was ashamed.
You also say there were some very brutal acts of intimidation, including a chilling story about a kitten.
Yes, the kitten.
What happened there?
I said, I'm gonna go see my grandmother. And he said, you're not going anywhere. And he grabbed me and he pushed me against the wall, and the kids are screaming. And so he let go of me and he went out and got the kitten. He said, I'm gonna show you what I'm about. And he said, and jerked the head off.
What do you mean? He literally removed the head from the
kitten was
body?
like this. He had the kitten like this. He took the head and he ripped it and he pulled the head off the kitten. It was horrible. And that was one of the first times that I ran.
White says to prevent her from leaving the home, Charles Roberson threatened to murder her sister, who lived nearby.
He takes me down my grandmother's street. And my baby sister, which is Christy, she's 4. She's out in the front yard, she's playing. And he says, if you run or try to get away from me, he says, I will drive by and I will kill her. And I believed him. I mean, look what he did to the cat. And I said, I wasn't coming over here. And he said, yes, you were. And he slapped me. He backhanded me.
This is a man who
I loved.
Along with his wife.
Yes, who I felt safe with. But it just started, everything just started unraveling.
These explicit letters were found by investigators dated during the first 2 months of White's stay with the Robersons. In them, she makes no reference to any problems apart from Charles's marriage. Still, White now claims that during the third and final month she lived with the family, she was desperate for a way out. That's when, she says, late one night, a dangerous idea came to her.
So I go on to bed, and then we get the phone call in the middle of the night. It's your grandmother's house caught on fire, but they all got out and everybody's okay. And I said, that's it. If I set a small fire, one to smoke it up to where everybody gets out, I can leave.
So, by your account, all this leads up to New Year's Eve, right? December 31st, 1975. Cindy, in as much detail as you can remember after all these years, tell me what happened that night.
On New Year's Eve, 1975, An 18-year-old live-in babysitter crouched beside the family Christmas tree with a matchbook and a terrible idea. Asleep in their bedrooms were Charles and Carol Roberson and their 4 small children, Michael, Dale, Gary, and Rita.
New Year's Eve, right? December 31st, 1975. Now, this is going back 50 years or so. How much can you remember about that period?
I remember everything.
You do?
I do. I've got a very good memory as far as that goes.
Cindy, in as much detail as you can remember after all these years, tell me what happened that night.
It was below freezing, snowing, and we had went shopping, and I had gotten a pair of the footy pajamas. We had all gotten some throughout the day. And I had those on, and I got ready to unplug the Christmas tree because they had went on to bed. And I said, that's it. If I set a small fire, one to smoke it up to where everybody gets out, I can leave.
At that point, that you're so desperate, you're about to light the house on fire.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it have been better to just walk out the door and take your chances?
I couldn't take my chances with my family because he showed me what he was doing. He showed me what he was about. And I prayed to God before I struck that match. And I said, God, if this is your will, let it happen. But if it's not your will, please don't let it happen.
That's not really how God works, is it?
Now I know that. I know that now. When I struck that match and it went up the walls so fast, I ran to the bedroom and I got Charlie and I told him the house is on fire. God help me. We went to Gary and Sissy's room and I got them, and Carolyn went to the back bedroom and she got in there and I had Gary and Sissy and they pulled away from me and the smoke was so thick that I couldn't find them. So we go in the bedroom and Carol tells me to open the window, and it was a larger window, and I tried to open it and it wouldn't. It just wouldn't, and the smoke was, everybody was just. And she told me to get up on the top bunk because there was this high window. And she said, I'm going to hand you the kids. Open it, and I'm going to hand you the kids.
Were the kids all there in the room at that point?
I couldn't find Gary and Sissy because the smoke was too thick. So I got up on the top bunk, and the next thing I know is I'm laying on the ground, and I don't know how I got out.
Your memory fails.
I don't know how I got out.
Right at that point, you remember everything up to that point.
Yes, and I want to know how I got out because it was a small window. I tried to get them out.
You got yourself out the window.
I fell out. I'm assuming. This is what I'm assuming. I don't know for a fact. I don't know. I can't remember.
How do you explain the fact that you remember everything up to then and then everything after that?
I can't explain it. I really can't. The last thing I remember is I was on the top of the bunk.
Right.
Opening this window. And then I'm laying on the ground and I'm hearing these sirens and things like that, and I'm thinking it's a bad dream.
Was there a moment at which you realized, oh my God, what have I done?
Yes, I did. I was like, oh my God, they're still in there. Yes, I did. I was like, my God, what happened? What happened? I kept trying to get back in the house. I kept trying to go up there and get in the house, and they wouldn't let me, and they left me standing there.
The neighbors had to restrain you.
Yes.
It was a lost cause at that point. Were you at that point racked with the feeling, I'm responsible for this?
No, I didn't. Not until I was in the hospital and I had a chance to just put things together. At that point in time, no.
Prosecutors later argued that White set the fire when she felt jilted by Charles Roberson, then immediately abandoned the house and the family to burn. White insists that's not true.
There is no way that I set the fire and I ran around the house because I wanted to get rid of him. I wanted help. I wanted to try to remove the house so I could leave. I did not intentionally do it to hurt anybody.
Let's take a minute.
I wish to God it had never happened. But if it happened, I wish it could have been in this day and time. Because, number one, it would have never happened because people would have known the right questions to ask. And I'm not blaming them, but I am, because I done what I only thought was right. And how could I say setting a fire was right? Because it was to the point that I didn't know what else to do.
Did it never cross your mind, Cindy, that if I light this match, I could kill everyone in the house?
I didn't contemplate on it that long. I really and truly, David, I really and truly 100% believed that they were getting out.
How could you believe that?
Because I thought that I could get them out. Excuse me, but I'm up here. It's up. I know it is. And it's hard to believe that. I have no reason to lie right now. I have nothing. I'm doing life.
After the blaze was extinguished, White pretended to be the miraculous sole survivor of a Christmas tree fire. Then, arson investigators found evidence of an accelerant, and she was charged and convicted of murder in 1977, all the while maintaining her innocence.
In fact, for the first decade or so of your sentence, you still denied the crime.
I did, because I was ashamed. I don't want to admit that I've killed, 6 people by accident. That is horrible. That's
a long time to lie about it. Do you think your past excuses the murders?
No.
Do you think your past trauma explains the murders?
In a sense, it shows how damaged from the age of 8 to the age of 18. If none of this had happened and none of this, I was never damaged, I don't know what my life would have been.
Isn't it fair that the courts set aside all of the things that you point to as kind of mitigating factors? Your trauma, your youth, your hardship, for the purpose of rendering a judgment, guilty or not guilty?
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah. I said that the prosecutor done a good job because he done his job.
You are legally an adult. We're all responsible for what we do.
Yes.
3 psychiatrists evaluated you during the trial and told the court that you're a pathological liar. With your record of lying and distortion, how can we believe you?
She's had a lot of years to think about this and to think what would sell.
Johnson County, Indiana prosecutor Lance Hamner represents the people of his jurisdiction, including 6 members of a family burned to death when Cindy White intentionally set a house fire 50 years ago. He says White's belated claims that she was being abused in the home are calculated to garner sympathy.
I think there's been a lot of concern about sexual abuse of young people, but we don't see any evidence of that having happened here. What we see is that there was an affair going on, and it looks to me like she was angry when that affair ended. She could have walked away. She didn't walk away. Setting fire to a house with a bunch of sleeping people in it is not going to get you out any better than if you just simply walked away and called the police. It took her 10 years to come up with this story, and it seems awfully convenient that you've killed off the only 2 people who could rebut that.
So hard. And I'm like, if someone one person would say, Cindy, I believe you.
I feel sympathy for you, but I still don't know what to think because there's been, along the way, a lot of lying, Cindy. Consistently, it harkens back to that diagnosis, the propensity to distort and lie and exaggerate. 2 years before the fire, the police said they had a lot of problems with you, including 21 emergency calls involving you in 1973 alone. One officer said about you, she had to be the center of attention. She's a con artist and one of the best I've seen.
I had to be the center of attention to stay away from my home. I was faking falling off my bike so I could stay in the hospital, so I didn't have to go home.
Those are the incidents?
Yes.
I see. 3 psychiatrists evaluated you during the trial and told the court that you're a pathological liar. The most sympathetic one, Dr. Schuster, noted that this was a coping mechanism and a character trait. Part of her personality is that she's a liar, he said. Many of her distortions of the truth are defensive in nature and are based in fantasy. You lied on the polygraph you took. You lied at the sentencing, pleading your innocence in a dramatic outburst. The state said you and Roberson were lovers, and that when you felt jilted, you lashed out by setting the fire. You say it was a cry for help and a way to escape a desperate situation, an abusive situation. Either way, an entire family was slaughtered. With your record of lying and distortion, from a time perhaps when you were a different person, how can we believe you?
I can't give you a pill to do it. There's not enough time to try to convince you. What I can say is this. I have no reason to lie. Back then, yeah, I did. I lied about falling off my bike. But am I lying today? No.
You lied about setting the fire for a long time.
Yes,
right?
I did. Yes, I did.
And then you finally confessed your crime.
Yeah.
That's a long time to lie about something so consequential.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you account for that?
Maybe if I lied and let him believe that it was the Christmas tree, then maybe I could get out.
To get out? You lied to get out?
Yeah. I wanted my freedom because I couldn't tell the truth right then, the whole truth.
10 years into her prison sentence, White admitted that she did in fact intentionally set the fire.
You do confess? Why?
It was to the point that I just couldn't live with it. I got so tired of the lies because I couldn't keep them straight. I couldn't keep them straight. And from that day forward, I have never told another lie. When I admitted to setting the fire, and I knew that this is where I'm going to stay. This is, until I take my last breath.
I set the house afire, not meaning to kill anybody. God knows I didn't mean to kill him. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
If I could bring back those lives, I would.
You've publicly expressed remorse, you've publicly apologized, you've publicly begged forgiveness from your fallen victims.
Yes.
There is one thing you've never done. You've never accepted your punishment. How many appeals and clemency applications have you made?
A lot.
I count at least 10 between 1978 and 2016. What does that say about your contrition or remorse?
I became prosecutor in the 1990s, there was a petition for clemency that was filed by Sarah White, and we opposed it. My job as prosecutor is to speak on behalf of the people of the state of Indiana, our residents, and for the dead victims who can't speak for themselves.
Lance Hamner has been a prosecutor and judge in Indiana for 35 years. And throughout that time, Sarah Cindy White has been trying to get out of prison.
She set a fire knowing that they were asleep. Think about that for a minute. She set a fire in a house knowing that they were asleep, 4 little children in that house, and they all burned to death. I don't see how anybody gets clemency for that.
You've made an admirable life for yourself in prison. 4 semesters of college at Martin, GED, you're a licensed cosmetologist, certified in health occupations, certified in accounting, certified in business math. You've learned sign language.
Yes.
You tutor deaf people.
Yes.
You are certified in blood pressure technology.
Yes.
You've also, on a regular basis, engaged in various treatments and therapies, right? Survivor 1, 2, and 3, incest survivors group, grief group, anger group, one-on-one therapy. Are these, in your mind, part of your atonement, acts of contrition, remorse, expressions of remorse?
Yeah.
How so?
In order for me to move on, because I'll never forgive myself, I do all these things that you listed to try to make a difference in someone else's life, to show them, to tutor them, to help someone.
Service to others.
Yeah. I wish I'd died instead of them. I do. And it's not the fact because I'm here. It's not. It's because, especially the kids, those innocent babies, if I could give my life for this, I would.
7-year-old Michael. 6-year-old Dale. 5-year-old Gary. And Rita, who was just 4. All choked to death by that smoke and terror.
If I could give my life for this, I would.
Doesn't matter.
I'd probably done better if I'd got. I know it doesn't matter because they can't come back, and it doesn't make it. It doesn't lighten the fact what I did.
Cindy, if anyone else had lit that fire and hurt them, what sentence would you give them?
Life. Life.
Forfeit their freedom forever.
Yeah. Not on death row because that's too easy.
That's too easy.
Too easy. They need to live with it every single day, just like I do. The prison I'm in is not here on Girls School Road. The prison I'm in is, and I want that. I want this help because this is what I deserve.
You've publicly expressed remorse, you've publicly apologized, you've publicly begged forgiveness from your fallen victims.
Yes.
There is one thing you've never done. You've never accepted your punishment. How many appeals and clemency applications have you made?
A lot.
I count at least 10 between 1978 and 2016. As early as 1978, you've been trying to get out after doing, what, a couple of years. So what does that tell us about your remorse?
I could still have remorse and wonder what freedom is about. Remorse is accepting and grieving and dreading the thought of what you did.
There are people who think that you should be released, not, more than a few, who think that you've served your time.
I'm doing this interview to try to help people. I'm doing this interview to try to stop someone before they act like I did.
There are also people who believe that you do something like this, you should forfeit your freedom forever. You told me the same thing a few minutes ago, right? Would you believe you if you were a third party looking on to the story?
Right today?
Yeah.
Yes.
You would?
Yes.
Would you forgive you?
No.
Would you free you?
That's a good question. A part of me wants to say yes, and a part of me wants to say no. Because I don't deserve it.
What's the part of you that wants to say yes?
To have something I've never had.
What is that something? How would you put it?
Freedom. There's still a part of me that would love to go home, to at least die outside of these prison walls. Not to die alone.
As I left the interview and drove away from the prison, I turned my back on a woman filled with lies, regrets, and pain. She told me she was still contemplating one last bid for clemency in what is now her 50th year of incarceration. Whether or not she's ever released, Cindy White will have to live and die with the burden of the 6 lives she took in that fateful decision a lifetime ago.
Hi, I have a Caucasian guy saying that he just killed 2 people.
It sounds like you became enraged, right?
I guess you could say that, but I was also intensely in fear. You can be in fear and be enraged at the same time, dude. Would you agree with that? No, you're dodging the question, David. You're dodging the question.
I'm not here to be interviewed. You've agreed to be interviewed. In 2017, Devin Arthurs was a psychotic young killer with a head full of hate and a hair trigger.
Screw that camera, screw everybody else. I'm not trying to be hostile with you, David. You know, I really do appreciate you coming out here to see me.
I'm afraid he's going to start shooting people.
You told police, and I just blasted him, and he shot in the chest, and I double tapped. Double tap meaning?
I would imagine that would mean...
You don't have to imagine. You know what you did.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
It means that I killed him.
You shot him twice in the head.
Yeah.
What rifle?
The AK-47.
Run Jeremy's room, and then I looked his face. It's full off.
You consider yourself a terrorist? By the definition of what I've done.
Now this self-described former terrorist is talking for the first time about the strange mix of malice and madness that drove him to kill.
Is Andrew witnessing this?
Yes.
And is he in the line of fire?
Yes.
And he's answering for the bloody rampage that took 2 lives.
Where did you shoot him?
I don't remember.
How many rounds did you fire?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't like to think about things.
There's blood everywhere. Yeah? The smell of gunpowder and smoke?
Yeah.
I just went...
He's walking towards a shopping area. He's grabbing the backside of his pocket.
I could have killed everybody in that building, and I didn't. I could have killed those 2 officers, and I didn't.
You think you should get some kind of credit for not killing people?
I'm telling you that wasn't my intent, so don't try to frame it that was my intent.
A deeply disturbed mind on display for all to see and under the influence of violent online extremists.
Let me ask you this. Do you say that you're sane or insane?
patient died. He came to the office saying that he just killed 2 people.
On May 19, 2017, in Tampa, Florida, the manager of a gated condo complex dialed 911.
Do you see a weapon on him? Oh my God. Oh yeah, he definitely, I think he has.
18-year-old Devin Arthurs had just snapped, shooting and killing 2 roommates with a Russian army rifle. The double murder shocked and confused the Tampa Bay community.
This is quite a bizarre case. According to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, this is his first adult arrest.
Local news reports focused on how such a teenager got himself mixed up with the wrong people.
And killed his roommates because they were neo-Nazis.
This is a case that has a lot of people scratching their heads. What would drive an 18-year-old young man to kill 2 people?
Forensic psychiatrists quickly diagnosed him as schizophrenic and bipolar. His peculiar behavior was all over the news.
Everyone in the courtroom got a first-hand look at Arthurs appearing to choke himself to the point of unconsciousness.
And investigators probed a dangerous intersection between a deranged young man and the world of online terrorism.
Like, I'm sympathetic with groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and stuff like that.
Arthurs pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree murder and met his punishment.
I will adjudicate him guilty. I will sentence him to 45 years in Florida State Prison.
I've hurt my family significantly. I've hurt friends and family of the victims as well.
2 years into his prison sentence, deep in the pine forests of Northwest Florida, Arthur says he's ready to talk for the first time about his madness. We're starting now. Good. His mayhem and his murders. I want you to know that we're here talking to you today to try and understand the mindset and motivation behind your actions in this case, okay? I'd like to ask you, why are you here today talking to us?
I wanted people to know the full context and the scope of what occurred and why it occurred. I really wanted to get the truth across.
What Arthurs believes is true changes with the shifting sands of a troubled mind. But his story starts in an ordinary home in Orlando, Florida. In 2014, Devin Arthurs' father was just about fed up with his teenage son's bizarre antics. The boy spent way too much time alone in the dark reaches of the internet. Then one day, a package arrived containing a book. A copy of Mein Kampf?
Yes, I ordered it on Amazon.
You were how old?
I was 14.
The book was, of course, Adolf Hitler's infamous manifesto. And for Arthur's father, it was the last straw. And he confronts you. What does he say?
He says, we don't have this in our house and stuff like that. Keep in mind, people are telling me, oh, well, anybody that tries to basically tell you against the party line is an enemy and a traitor.
Arthur's father threw him out, and soon the troubled boy dropped out of school and even further down the rabbit hole of online extremism. He now claims he was easy prey for the domestic terror movement because of his mental disorders.
They exploit the flaws and the cracks that you can find. I was vulnerable because of mental illness. When you look at people that have issues that are not neurotypical, they get driven into these movements because they're drawn into it.
So you're saying that you were essentially captive to this movement?
No, what I'm saying is absolutely yes.
Because
yes,
the record suggests a lot of volition on your part. You realize that, right?
Volition pretty much in the context of how?
Well, you were a willing participant. The record shows that Arthurs was not naively led astray, but one of the group's leaders, actively promoting the movement and its hate-mongering, alongside his mentor, a young neo-Nazi named Brandon Russell, who called himself Odin.
To all the outsiders who might have seen your efforts, I say this to you. I created something beautiful. Beautiful things scare you people.
I've read some of your posts. Truly despicable stuff.
They are despicable.
And Jews,
yeah,
bad
that's
news.
Wrong.
You wrote those words?
I did. Because
all
people
Jews
were telling
are
me
subversive. It's in their nature.
And that was wrong.
How about this? We's taking your women's.
Wrong.
Think again.
Wrong.
Oil drilling is just as gross as coal burning. Both create mongrels.
Yes, that's wrong.
Those were your terms for interracial sex and mixed race children.
Yes, it was.
You wished ill on whole groups of people.
It's easy to...
People like me.
Mongrels like me.
And it was wrong.
And neither of your own parents had as much influence as...
No, because they capitalized on trying to turn me against my own family. That's what ISIS does. That's what the Nazis do. They're evil. They are the epitome of evil.
Well, you say they, but you were in it. You were part of it.
I fell for a lie, David.
In fact, Arthurs fell for two. Within a year, the troubled teen went from one extreme to another, literally. First marching in lockstep with the neo-Nazi movement, and then suddenly paying allegiance to the terrorist Islamic State.
I'll be honest, I'm sympathetic with groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and stuff like that.
In one breath, you're wishing your online buddies happy Führer Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the next, you're defending ISIS. Do you see how bizarre that is?
It's very bizarre. They filled my brain with violence, and David, I was coerced by it.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
But the truth may lie not in which brand of hateful terror Arthur says he believed in when, but how his deranged mind was wired for both extremes, and ultimately for murder.
So do you think that it is part of your mindset, your personality, your mental state that you are given to extremes?
Well, yes, sir.
On May 19, 2017, Devin Arthur's lethal mix of mental derangement and violent manifesto was about to explode. By then, he was living with Brandon Russell in the inconspicuous condo that served as the group's headquarters. Two young recruits had just moved in, unaware that Arthur's was drifting ever closer to a new extremist cause and a killing spree.
There's a growing tension in the household.
Correct.
And you're cleaning your rifle.
Yes.
What rifle?
The AK-47.
Devin, tell me in as much detail as you can recall what happened that night.
Officers entered the apartment to check for victims. They discovered two deceased white male subjects.
Jeremy Himmelman and Andrew Onischuk both fit the profile for extremist recruitment. They were both high school dropouts and troubled young men trying to find themselves. Instead, they found Devin Arthurs and his fellow online Nazis in the domestic terror group he helped to establish, the Atomwaffen Division.
What was the mission of Atomwaffen Division?
The mission of Atomwaffen Division and its right was trying to overthrow the U.S. government and implement a national socialist state.
You know, targeting government structures, targeting people.
And targeting minorities in an all-out race war, as was reported at the time.
Atomwaffen's been training for what they believe is a coming war.
Point it at them and pull the trigger. The only right they deserve is the right of lead. Hail Hitler.
Arthurs had been living with the group's leader in this unassuming gated condo community.
Take me inside. What does it look like? What am I seeing?
You're gonna see a North Korean flag on the wall. You're gonna see explosives in the garage. You're gonna see a giant Nazi war banner in the room. You're gonna see a picture of Timothy James McVeigh.
Timothy McVeigh?
Yeah, and you're gonna see—
the Oklahoma bomber.
Yes. You're gonna see different books that pertain to bomb making, the Anarchist Cookbook, the Turner Diaries.
All required reading for terrorist groups.
Yeah, you know, basically crazy books utilized by crazy people.
Inside, the group amassed guns and bomb-making materials. Arthurs had helped lure young recruits into the fold.
I've seen correspondence where you're recruiting and screening recruits for racial purity.
When was that? I'm just saying, like,
you deny that?
I'm denying that wholeheartedly.
People who are applying are offering up their ancestry for vetting.
Offering up their ancestry for vetting.
That's right. There's one particular young man who has who says he's got Caribbean blood, and you're asking him about the nature of that. You ask him if he's 1/8 native. None of that rings a bell?
None of it rings a bell.
It's all in the record.
At one point, we know Arthurs even seized the leadership of Atomwaffen, even though he continues to try to diminish his role in the group.
At one point, you were the acting leader.
No, I was
deny
not.
that. You were writing posts saying, I am in charge in Brandon Odin's absence, and positioning yourself explicitly as the acting leader.
And what operations did they conduct during that time period?
You're saying that you did not position yourself as the acting leader?
I took advantage of that vacuum of power.
On May 1st, 2017, two young recruits, Himmelman and Onischuk, arrived at the Florida Hate Group from their homes in Massachusetts, unaware of the dangers that awaited them inside. By the time they had moved in, Devin Arthurs had drifted away from the online neo-Nazi movement. He was still ranting and raving on the internet, but increasingly for an entirely different violent movement, ISIS.
And now you're soaking up Islamic extremist propaganda. You say, I'm sympathetic to groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and stuff like that. So now you've gone literally from one extreme to another.
Yeah, it was silly. It was dumb, man.
Is it true that you pledged allegiance to ISIS?
I never actually physically went over there. I mean, if you want to say that I supported it, yeah, I mean, absolutely.
And you're drifting ideologically from the strictures of far-right fascism.
Correct.
And you have converted to Islam.
Correct.
And your house guests were especially annoyed by your newfound religious practice.
Correct.
And they even say that you tried to convert them. Is that true?
I had discussions with them about it, but I never tried to convert them. But there was a lot of different headbutting pertaining to the difference of ideology, yeah.
There's a record that suggests that they were trying to get out of this. One of them writes to the other one, wake up so we can leave this hole. Don't want to listen to this cuck pray for another minute.
Wow. All right. So he was basically offended by somebody praising God.
And you were offended that you were being ostracized online and perhaps in real life because of your newfound faith.
Correct.
And your Nazi friends, both online and in real life, are pretty fed up with it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Arthurs began calling himself Khalid and preaching his new brand of ISIS terror to Himmelman and Onischuk. And that was not what the newcomers signed up for.
There's a growing tension in the household.
Correct.
It's Friday, May 19th.
Yes, sir.
And you're cleaning your rifle.
Yes.
What rifle?
The AK-47.
At some point, Jeremy makes the fatal mistake of, according to you, ridiculing you and your faith.
He holds up my Quran. He threatens to throw it at me. And he said, I found your book of sin or fairy tales on my dresser.
Emotions that he's going to throw the book?
Yes.
But he doesn't throw it.
Well, because he ended up being shot.
So you shoot Jeremy, right? In the chest? According to what you told police?
Yeah. It's been a long time since I thought about it. I don't like to think about things like that.
You told police. I remember I just blasted him once, and he's shot in the chest and he's down. And I double tapped. It sounds like you lost control of yourself.
Yes.
Double tap meaning?
I would imagine that would mean that I...
Well, you don't have to imagine. You know what it means. Yeah. What does it mean?
It means that I killed him.
You shot him twice in the head.
Yeah.
After shooting him in the chest. Is Andrew witnessing this?
Yes.
And is he in the line of fire?
Yes.
How did you shoot him?
I suppose I did it with the same rifle, right?
Where did you shoot him?
I don't remember.
How many rounds did you fire?
I don't remember. I don't like to think about things like that.
Arthurs becomes visibly uncomfortable and starts looking for ways to avoid recalling and discussing the details.
I assume there's blood everywhere. Yeah? Smell of gunpowder and smoke?
Yeah.
Did they die right away?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Arthurs had come unhinged, but he wasn't finished with his psychotic terror spree. He traded his rifle for a 9mm handgun.
You call your father?
I love you, Dad. You won't be hearing from me again. He thinks it's a joke. My mother tells me to put the gun down immediately.
That wasn't enough to snap you out of the red zone?
It kind of did.
It did?
It did.
Well, you didn't put the gun down.
Well, did I shoot anybody else?
Well,
did I discharge the weapon?
You picked up another gun.
Did I put in my hands on anybody in that building?
You leave the condo and you go to the leasing office, right?
Yeah. Did I kidnap anybody in that building?
To announce the murders.
Yes.
He said he just killed those people, or he's about to
Yeah, he said that he killed 2 people. He said that he killed 2 people. He's aggressively walking. I'm afraid he's going to start shooting people.
And he's going to that plaza?
He's walking towards the plaza.
Then you leave the leasing office and you take hostages at the local smoke shop. Why?
I tried suicide by cop.
You were trying to kill yourself?
Yes.
By taking hostages?
As I press him, Arthurs gets increasingly agitated as he struggles to justify his murderous actions and a hostage standoff with police.
Yes.
Police would attack.
David, I understand what you're doing, and I respect that. That's your job.
Well, I'm just asking
And I understand
questions.
that. David, I understand that. Please hear me out. Please, I'm talking to you as screw that camera, screw everybody else. I'm telling you personally that when it comes down to it, I had no intent to lay my finger on those people or to hurt those people.
You didn't?
I let them know that they were going home. That's in the deposition. Would you like to reflect on that?
You said to one of the hostages, "Why shouldn't I kill you?" That doesn't sound like you're comforting them.
To scare them so that they wouldn't try to rush at me. If they had rushed at me, I wouldn't have shot them or hurt them. But it has a question, David, and I just want to, and this is a question for the viewers, all right? If I was inside that smoke shop, right, I have nothing to lose at that point. I have nothing to lose at that point in my mind. I'm thinking that I need to die because it's over and I can't bring this to myself to put this through my families, all right? Now, the point is that, listen, I could have killed everybody in that building and I didn't. It didn't run through my mind. I could have killed those 2 officers and I didn't. I told them to leave the building as soon as they entered the building.
You think you should get some kind of credit for not killing people?
I'm telling you that wasn't my intent, so don't try to frame it that was my intent. I wouldn't have shot them or hurt them. But it has a question, David.
The case was all over the news. I'll often listen to the news or read the paper and say, that's going to be on my desk tomorrow.
Forensic psychologist Valerie McLean got the call to examine Arthurs after the murders.
Do you think you should get some kind of credit for not killing people?
I'm telling you that wasn't my intent, so don't try and frame it that was my intent.
He's very fixated on trying to make sure that he gets heard about why this is his belief system about it, which I don't think is grounded in the reality of the situation. And I think that he's trying to reconstruct it, and it's not making a lot of sense. And I think he's frustrated because he doesn't understand his own behaviors at the time. He's actually in a pressured state as he's talking. His speech is interruptive. He's not able to be redirected, which is what we see with hypomania. And his frustration is that someone's challenging that belief system and saying, but that might not be the way it is.
Arthur surrendered to police and would then unravel the madness and motives behind the murders.
I remember in a blur, I shot them both, and I wasn't thinking clearly. I wasn't thinking sane. I wasn't thinking like a rational human being at that point. If I could go back, I would not do that, you know. And I remember I was in a trance at that point when that happened. I wasn't thinking clearly.
The explanation you offer to police in that interrogation is that you are mentally unstable and that you literally went ballistic when you killed them. And that you wish you had sought psychiatric treatment when your family urged you to do so earlier in life.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, I agree with that 110%.
Would you say that you're sane or insane?
It took a double murder and a hostage standoff with police to burn off 18-year-old Devin Arthurs' violent rage.
Sir, can you state your name for the record, please? My name is Devin Sean Ryan Arthurs.
Now he was coolly sitting in front of police detectives, trying to explain the rampage.
I felt very calm and collected after I did it. I felt like I wasn't really capable of feeling empathy for it. I'm very prone to getting angry a lot. I'm very to the point where I think that I might be kind of sick in that sense.
The interrogation opens a window into Arthur's mania. He offers not one motive for his actions, but pivots from one self-serving story to another.
You shift between 3 different explanations for your actions, and I want to talk about each one of them. One, that you reacted or overreacted to being ridiculed for your faith. Outraged, you say, by the U.S. coalition bombing in Syria.
Yes, I was.
I'm very, very angry about what goes on in Iraq and Syria. And I remember they kept on getting me angry about that.
Do you consider yourself a terrorist?
By the definition of what I've done.
You also said that you were sympathetic to Al-Qaeda in that interrogation. You say,
To be honest, like I'm sympathetic with groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and stuff like that.
This brings me to the perhaps shrewdest explanation that you offered to police, and frankly, I find it the least likely of the three explanations. 6 minutes into the interrogation, you claim that you murdered these men to prevent them from carrying out future terrorist attacks.
I think that's the best way to put it, a necessary evil. I prevented the deaths of a lot of people.
You still stand by that claim?
I agree. I would say that, yeah. I was really concerned under the level that they were going to go target mosques and they're going to target synagogues, they're going to target churches. I gave 45 years of my life to stop this organization.
Let's come to that. The idea that you were acting heroically is a delusion.
I don't think I was acting heroically.
If I hadn't have shut this organization down by doing this, there'd be a lot more people dead than just 2 people from that organization. You think the right thing to do would be to end him in order to prevent this organization from... As tragically as it is, yes.
The way you describe it, you're basically turning a brutal murder into an act of heroism by saying that you were acting to save civilian lives from future terrorist attacks.
Well, I certainly was.
That's a way of aggrandizing yourself.
David, I can see where that comes from in that context, and the thing is, I don't have any intent to really hurt innocent people. If I could bring Jeremy and Andrew back, I would.
I'm sure you would now, but when you offer this explanation to police, was that just a cover story to reduce your culpability?
I mean, I was smart enough to know that they're not going to let me walk out those gates.
Well, it makes you look less evil if you have some greater good that you're protecting.
That's a fair point. I gave 45 years of my life to stop this organization.
We definitely see some of the grandiosity coming out with Mr. Arthur's belief that he had that role, and he had that mission, he had to stop the organization.
Dr. Valerie McLean is a top forensic psychologist hired after the murders to evaluate Arthur's. She sees in Arthur's actions and in our interview a marker for psychopathic madness known as grandiosity.
All of a sudden went from being a good organization to a bad organization. It was his mission, his job to take care of it personally. I think that there is a tremendous amount of rationalization about his actions to create a situation that would justify why he did what he did. And he again promotes himself into a more grandiose role of being a savior.
Are you familiar with the term grandiosity?
Oh yeah, when you feel like almost a messianic type.
Yes, and an unrealistic sense of superiority. At its worst, it becomes delusional.
Correct.
Delusions of grandeur, where the person adopts false beliefs that sometimes
the Holocaust never happened. You know, the synagogue down the road is controlling Wall Street. It's delusional.
It can also be a marker for schizophrenia and bipolar disorder.
And I've been diagnosed with that.
I was like, my animosity was like up to here, and my hatred was up to here. I already had those thoughts in my mind in the sense of like, these people are worthless, these people are the worst,
I was working my way to the most likely explanation for the murders and the most candid of Devin Arthur's explanations to police.
That you are mentally unstable and that you literally went ballistic when you killed them. Mm-hmm. It sounds like you became enraged, right?
I guess you could say that, but I was also intensely in fear. You can be in fear and be enraged at the same time, dude. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I could think about it.
You've never,
you said to police,
no, you're dodging the question.
I'm not here to be interviewed. You've agreed to be interviewed.
You want to ask loaded questions, and that's fine.
Well, they're all loaded questions.
They are. Well, thank you for admitting that, but I appreciate it. But
all right, listen. You told police that you wish you had sought psychiatric treatment when your family urged you to do so earlier in life.
Correct.
My family's been telling me, go to a hospital, try to get this stuff sorted and stuff like that. I wish I had listened to my family. It's like, I wish I had followed what they were recommending me to do.
Yes, I agree with that 110%.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like there was some awareness that you were out of your mind.
It was unfortunate, and I'm liable for this as basically somebody that I should have received that. I should have gotten treatment, David.
Would you say that you're sane or insane?
I honestly don't know.
It's an honest answer.
And it's a question that would delay justice in the double homicide for 6 long years, while doctors and lawyers debated Arthur's mental competence and the reasons for his murderous rage.
He murdered them because he was angry and he had a loaded gun in his hand. That's why he murdered them.
Do you think you belong in prison?
After Devin Arthurs was arrested for the brutal execution of Andrew Onischuk and Jeremy Himmelman, his guilt was not in question, but his sanity was, and quickly became local news fodder.
Former Tampa neo-Nazi accused of shooting his two roommates to death is expected in court in the next few hours.
Doctors are expected to reveal their findings about Devin Arthurs' mental state.
Local news crews caught his odd antics on camera, and it became increasingly clear that he was mentally deranged.
Devin Arthurs' appearance in court was anything but ordinary. Everyone in the courtroom got a first-hand look at Arthurs appearing to choke himself to the point of unconsciousness.
And as he faced double homicide charges in Florida, there was little certainty that Arthurs was sane enough for his case to proceed in court.
My first impressions were that he was very flat in his affect, not a lot of emotion going on. He was a very ill, mentally disturbed individual, untreated from the standpoint of having the schizoaffective disorder, delusions, depression, mood swings, also just the underlying impulsivity.
Arthur's defense hired one of Florida's top forensic psychologists, Dr. Valerie McLean, who argued the young man would need prolonged treatment before he could be considered legally competent.
Hi, Dr. McLean. This is Judge Ward. I've got Mr. Peacock with the defense.
Good afternoon, Doc. Tell me what conclusions you would currently have with regards to the statutory criteria for determining competence with regards to Mr. Arthurs.
I do not think that at this point in time that he is competent to proceed.
As the case progressed, there were psychotic symptoms that he was exhibiting, believing that once seeing the actual deceased victims and communicating with them, self-injurious behaviors, specifically choking behaviors, he would actually grab himself by the throat, and you could see he was actually closing his throat off with the breathing. I saw it as in a way to basically cease thinking, cease feeling.
Your Honor, on May the 19th of 2007. It's difficult to tell with somebody who has what appear to be legitimate mental health issues, how much of it is being exaggerated and how much of it is legitimate. It was my personal belief that he was competent to stand trial based on the criteria for competence.
In speaking with officers, he confesses a number of times to the murders of Mr. Himmelman.
But prosecutor Ron Gale saw in Arthur's courtroom antics the specter of justice delayed and denied by lengthy psychiatric treatment for a man who quite simply flew into a rage and decided to kill.
So is it possible he felt, based on what he did, that Andrew and Jeremy were in the room with him? That may be something that anybody would experience who had done what Devin Arthurs did, not necessarily related to his mental health. He murdered his roommates for the oldest reason for murder that we have, just because he was angry. They made him angry, he had a gun in his hand, and he used the gun in anger to kill his roommates.
For 6 years, the victims' families waited, not knowing if Arthurs would ever be held to account for his crimes, as doctors and lawyers argued over his sanity and competence.
I know I had multiple conversations, specifically with the Onischuk family, to the effect that I was not sure we were ever going to have him found competent by a court. I just was not sure that we were ever going to get there.
The local community and media were gripped by the debate.
Judge has determined that former neo-Nazi Devin Arthurs, the man who claimed he killed his roommates in 2017, is incompetent to stand trial. The court said
ultimately, the court sided with Arthur's defense and sent him to the state's only criminal mental health facility, the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee.
In fact, it took years to establish that you were even competent mentally to stand trial.
You know, these are typically tropes of people with schizophrenia. Well, here I am in a psych prison camp, and I've spent years at Chattahoochee receiving mental health treatment.
I want to be able to get the proper help. I think that I would much rather be at a mental hospital where I should have been. I feel sick and I feel like I'm not right in the head, and I feel like once I get there, like if I can, I just want to talk to the doctors and be like, look, like I need to be isolated and I need to be transferred to like a hospital or something like that to get the right meds, to get the right things, you know, for me to be thinking properly.
Were these statements about your mental illness in the interrogation, was that a ploy to set up an insanity defense?
No, I really wanted to go to trial. I wanted to basically go and get this taken care of. I took the competency test when I was at Chattahoochee to come back, and I knew that I most likely would get a life sentence. But the point is that I know I'm gonna get life, but I wanna give my piece. When I gave my piece in court, when I gave that piece, I said, I wanna be an advocate against extremism.
I feel like I can try to better myself, make myself a better human being, and make the lives of those around me better as well. And I hope that I can do things with my life even when I'm free, and dedicating my life against extremism and hate groups and many things like that.
You also repeatedly asked to talk to the FBI, basically offering yourself as an informant.
Absolutely. Well, in the context of stopping terrorism, yeah, absolutely.
Well, was that a bid for leniency?
It was a bid to prevent it.
If I could get like a meeting with an FBI agent or something like that, I could shut down like not just Adam Buffum, but several other organizations to get some kind of plea bargain for what I've said and what I've pretty much prevented from happening.
So did you really kill those men to stop and save future civilian lives? Or were you just trying to save yourself from the wrath of Florida justice?
I would say that the wrath of Florida justice was going to be implemented no matter what. And if I was going to spite the state of Florida, if I wanted to spite society, I wouldn't have said anything.
Well, it's an interesting question because the men that you murdered, right, they were kind of on the fringes of the group. So if you were trying to stop the group, why wouldn't you have targeted the leader?
I didn't premeditate this crime of passion. It was wrong. I'm again, like David, like I'm
yes, heat of the moment, that rings true. What doesn't ring true is that you were acting for some greater good to save future lives. How about target no one and call the authorities?
Yeah, you're right. But the problem is that you're right about that in that context. A lot of people ask me that question, and it's a reasonable question to ask. The problem is,
what's the answer?
The problem is that they weren't doing anything, David.
Who wasn't?
The law enforcement.
I mean, it would have been better if they would have just gotten through the system and caught and maybe go to jail or something like that for what they were planning.
In 2023, 6 years after murdering Jeremy Himmelman and Andrew Onischuk, Devin Arthurs finally emerged from a psychiatric hospital and returned to court to face punishment for his crimes.
In a similar situation, causing such pain for so many people, including the victims' families.
The families of his victims had patiently and painfully waited for justice.
Devin likes to use the American flag as a doormat. Like when you enter your house, they would, wipe on it, stomp on it, spit on it. Jeremy and Andrew, every morning before work, picked up the flag, they hanged it back up.
Now, he'd finally have to face them.
Can I speak directly to Devin?
He can hear you.
What do you think about the victims' families? They got life sentences.
Six long years after killing two young men in cold blood, 23-year-old Devin Arthurs was finally found mentally competent to face up to his crimes. But instead of going to trial, Arthurs was able to cut a deal with prosecutors and pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree murder.
How do you wish to plead to these charges?
I plead guilty.
Florida prosecutor Ron Gale said the deal provided closure for the families.
It's the families at that point that I need to make sure are adequately represented, and I'm seeking justice for their families. They really didn't want to go through a trial. Another fear of mine was that Devin's mental health would deteriorate again to a degree where he would be found incompetent again.
But Arthurs also benefited. By waiving his right to a trial, Arthurs would avoid a life sentence and may one day regain his freedom.
I will adjudicate him guilty. I will sentence him to 45 years in Florida State Prison.
I feel awful about everything that happened. I want to dedicate the rest of my life to trying to better myself and trying to make the right choices.
In court, Arthurs blamed the influence of online extremists and pledged that for the rest of his life, he'd fight against them.
Ms. Borghetti, if you want to unmute yourself, we can hear you here in the courtroom.
Can I speak directly to Devin?
He can hear you.
Jeremy Himmelman's sister then addressed Arthurs by telephone in open court.
I want to believe everything you're saying. I also just want you to know that we're still suffering. I don't hate you. I feel sad that your whole life is going to be in prison. I feel sad that there's no alternative, that you can go and heal whatever happened to you that brought you to this point.
Do you think you belong in prison?
Yeah, I committed a crime. And honestly, I own up to that. Actually, my time that I spend in prison isn't me saying that, oh man, I hate this place. No, I'm going to make the most of my time while I'm here. I'm going to try to help people. And, I'm in a dog program. I do horticulture. And, I'm going to put to use my time here. I try to do everything I can to facilitate classes and stuff and help people.
Yeah. Do you think about the victims' families? They got life sentences.
They did. And it's tragic.
When you killed them, you told police that you were concerned that you couldn't feel empathy for the victims.
I was really concerned because in the moment that I did it, I was just incredibly scared, panicked, angry, and I'm just, honestly.
So you told them I felt very calm and collected after I did it, and I felt like I wasn't really capable of feeling empathy for it.
I felt very calm and collected after I did it. I felt like I wasn't really capable of feeling empathy for it.
Calm and collected does not mean that you're not making irrational decisions, making skills. So there's people that'll appear basically thinking, I'll jump off the scaffolding, or I'll hang myself, or I'll go and I'll blow my brains out. They might appear stoic when they do so, but their line of thinking itself is delusional. Yeah. So unfortunately, that's what I was really trying to say in that context.
When Devin Arthurs shot Jeremy Himmelman and Andrew Onischuk at point-blank range, they were just 18 and 22 years old.
It is a heartbreaking situation because despite their involvement in this organization, both Andrew and Jeremy were so young and they had so much time ahead of them.
The victims had moved into the Florida headquarters of the neo-Nazi Atomwaffen Division less than 3 weeks before the murders, and tragically, were planning on returning home just days later.
And hopefully at some point, if they had not been killed, they would have learned enough or matured enough to extricate themselves from this situation and stop the spread of the hate from this toxic organization and normalize their lives.
To be radical and extremist, that's not
your brother.
That is not my brother.
In public appearances, the victims' families struggled to make sense of the crime.
This was a neo-Nazi cell, and the things that I knew my brother was involved with online were very much real and in person, which made the whole thing infinitely worse, because it's one thing to lose a brother and a child, it's another to be hit with this.
The families, they'll struggle for the rest of their lives to reconcile this.
You're right, David. You're right. And I don't feel any type of happiness. I feel the utmost sadness for it. I pay for it right now.
Although the problem is you cannot pay for it.
Correct.
Nothing that you do, no amount of years you spend here is going to reconcile.
Nothing, but I still take accountability. I should have gotten mental health treatment. And David, listen, I don't have any intent to really hurt innocent people. I don't ever want to do that. I want to eventually get out to the street, be a returning citizen, and go and be a contributive member of society. I don't want to go and hurt people.
Are you on medication now?
No, sir.
Are you under active psychiatric treatment?
Yeah, I am. So I go and I see them about once a month, and they help me out. And I haven't heard any voices or seen anything.
Do you still worry about your mental health and state?
Yeah, so that's why I like to go up there to medical, and I talk to a mental health personnel. I let them know about how I'm feeling, and I try to gauge and ask myself. I use all sorts of different ways: prayer, meditation, self-reflection. I'm like, am I a little bit too angry today? Am I a little bit too sad today?
Do you have remorse in your heart?
I absolutely do. I wish that everything you said, well, why didn't you go to police department? I wish I had done that, David. I wish I had done that. I don't take any pleasure in hurting people.
I think our time is up. I appreciate your time. I left Devin Arthurs to his manic mix of revision and regret. Even with 4 decades awaiting him behind bars, he has hope for eventual freedom. hope that he robbed in an angry instant from his victims and the families who loved them. What was the plan as it evolved?
She wanted to get her mom completely out of her life.
Let me rephrase the question. What was the plot?
Well, to kill her.
It was a love story gone mad.
Paris, County 911. I called my mom's name and she's not answering. I heard her scream and everything. I don't know what to do.
And here you are, two teenagers with no criminal record to speak of, carrying out the most vicious attack anyone could imagine. Can you help me understand that?
I mean, I can't understand it myself, you know.
Rebecca Keller and Kerry Murphy were entangled in a forbidden romance that left a beloved mother dead, the victim of a vicious knife attack in the middle of the night. There were 73 wounds to her body.
I'm aware of that.
Have you seen those crime scene photos?
I have.
You see what butchery you and Kerry did to that woman?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very disturbing.
Together, the couple conspired to murder Mary Ann Murphy.
Like what y'all are trying to say? Are y'all trying to say I killed my mom?
Believing they would then live happily ever after.
She started saying that she was going to plan different ways to my mom.
Was there a sense of relief that now you could be together?
Yeah.
Did you guys have sex the night of the murder?
We may never know which one of y'all actually stabbed her.
But questions remain about what actually happened that fateful night. Which girl lured the other into murder, and who wielded the knife? Who would you say was the leader and who was the follower?
She was the leader and I was the follower.
Speaking out for the first time ever, Rebecca Keller claims she was manipulated by her crafty 16-year-old lover, Kerry Murphy. Somehow, you're able to fool the polygraph test. How'd you do that? But is Keller hiding a cunning criminal mind of her own? Looking more like the leader and less like an impressionable follower.
Okay, well, I'm done with this interview.
This is the story of Rebecca and Kerry's mad love. Today, deep in the heart of Texas, I'm investigating a case where a tempest of young love turned deadly.
Paris, County 911. Somebody just broke into my house. I called my mom's name and she's not answering. I heard her scream and everything. I don't know what to do.
On July 16, 2012 in Humble, Texas, 16-year-old Kerry Murphy called 911. Her mother, Mary Ann Murphy, had been stabbed 73 times in the middle of the night. At first, Kerry claimed it was a shocking home invasion. There were signs of a break-in and a bizarre note left on the kitchen table. But as police dug deeper, a more sinister truth emerged. And at the center of it was a forbidden romance between Kerry and one of her high school classmates, Rebecca Keller.
I kind of had a fear for Mom. So Mom kind of scared me.
Keller and Murphy's obsessive romance erupted in the brutal stabbing death of Murphy's mother, Mary Ann. Both pled guilty to murder. Keller is now serving 60 years in prison, and Murphy received a 30-year sentence. Today, speaking for the first time about the crime, Keller says she wants to bear all. And I want to understand how two teens with no history of violence cross the thin line between love and hate. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Rebecca?
I am actually good.
Good. So your birthday's tomorrow?
Yes.
And you're turning how old?
33.
33 years old.
Yes, I feel so old.
So it's been, what, 13, 14 years?
Actually, this October will be 13 years.
13 years, right? Since teenage,
Yes.
Rebecca Keller's life changed forever.
Yes.
Right? I'm going to ask you to reflect on that girl, that teenager, right?
I don't even know who that person is anymore.
I believe this is your first ever interview.
Yes.
Right? So no one in the public arena has ever heard your account of what happened and why. So tell me, why are you here breaking your silence with us today?
Because I feel like the truth needs to be set out.
Rebecca Keller's truth begins just outside Houston, in a small town called Humble. You grew up with your parents and your brother.
I did.
In what some people have described as, quote, the wrong side of town. I'm sure you've heard that, right?
Yes.
You had your share of challenges in school.
I did,
right?
Yes.
You were in special education because of learning issues, learning disabilities.
Yes.
Your lawyer cited them in court as proof that you could not have been the mastermind behind this crime.
That's correct.
One of your teachers described you as a follower, as insecure in a way. She described what she called the Becca face, when you didn't understand something.
Yes.
It's obvious to her.
I didn't really understand a lot of things growing up as I do now.
But there was one place in school where she could hold her own as a singer in the high school choir. How important was that choir?
It was very, very important.
Yeah.
Because I could feel like I could be free.
You climbed the ranks to varsity.
I did.
And you got your jacket.
I did.
What did that jacket mean to you?
It symbolizes the accomplishments that I had in choir, that I pushed myself to the limits to achieve what I wanted to achieve.
That jacket is important to you.
It's very important to me.
Even still?
Even still.
It sounds like you found your place in that choir.
I did.
You also found love. Do you remember the first time you set eyes on Kerry Murphy?
It's like words could not describe how that feeling is when you set eyes on somebody that you feel so connected with. I felt I was lifted in the sky. I felt like that I could be free and feel like that I could be just me and not be having a mask on my face around other people. I could be myself.
Unlike you at the time, Kerry was reputed to be very much a leader.
Yes.
Self-assured, confident, right? People say she had a big personality.
She had a huge personality.
And she had a formidable physical stature to match.
Yes, she did not look like she was no 15-year-old.
Mm-hmm, right. And people say your connection with her, your connection together was like magic.
Yes.
Instant and exclusive bond.
We were best friends.
Yeah, now you say friend, but you mean?
At that time, we were friends. And then we established a relationship.
It sounds almost like the two of you created a world of your own.
We did.
A bubble?
A bubble, in a way. We would actually be like in a room to where we were locked from things that could hurt us, and we just felt like we could just be as one.
But not everyone is happy about your newfound love, right?
The record suggests your mom wasn't so thrilled about it, but Marianne Murphy was dead set against it.
Yes.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
And why do you think? Was it the age difference?
I don't think it was because of the age difference. I think it's because of me being a woman.
The sexuality?
Yes. Her mom was very against that. Like, I remember hearing her mom tell her that I'd rather you be pregnant by a black man than me with a woman.
Because that's the worst thing she could have thought of at that point.
That's the worst thing she could ever thought of.
The age difference was an issue for her.
It was.
Carrie was a 15-year-old freshman.
Yes.
Right. You were a 19-year-old senior.
Yes.
And that's understandable. I mean, you know, I'm a parent, and at that age, like when you're in your 20s and 30s, 4 years isn't such a big age difference. But when you're a teenager and separated by a legal bright line, that's a big deal. I can understand why she would object to the age difference. Can you?
I mean, looking back now, yes.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of sneaking around going on back then.
There was,
right?
you know, teenagers, they sneak around.
Right. Marianne was the one trying to burst the bubble that you and Carrie had created, right?
Yes.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
It sounds like because of that, both you and Carrie came to hate her.
I didn't really come to hate her. I just came to dislike her.
Really?
Yes.
Not stronger than dislike?
No.
She was standing in the way of what was, according to you, the most important thing in the world at that point, that relationship. So far, Rebecca Keller's responses to my questions were straightforward, her demeanor almost calm. But I knew it was a facade, one that hid a primal fear. At one point, you referred to yourselves in writing as Romeo and Juliet. You remember that?
Yes, I remember that. It was based off of the Shakespeare story. Her father keeping her away from this boy, and it's basically similar.
Star-crossed lovers.
Yes.
Right. Do you remember how it ends?
That they both drink poison to kill each other.
They both martyr themselves or are martyred to love. They're the ones that die.
Yes.
It's not the same as your story.
No.
There's Dawn and Marianne. These pictures were taken of our wedding, so I dug them out. Marianne was very goofy. She was funny. She really had the best personality ever. This is Carrie, our flower girl.
Bobby Stevens was Marianne Murphy's best friend. Back in 2012, Marianne was concerned about her teenage daughter Carrie's relationship with an older high school girl, Rebecca Keller.
I talked to her every morning on her way to work and every day on her way home. And Marianne did not like the idea of Carrie and Rebecca being friends. There was an age gap there.
By May 2011, Keller had graduated high school, while teenage Carrie Murphy was continuing to see her against the wishes of her parents, Marianne and Don Murphy.
Don Murphy catches you in the family home a couple of times.
Twice, from what I can remember.
Including once in the shower.
Yes.
Marianne catches you a couple other times, including once in bed with Carrie. How many times were you in the room?
Multiple times.
How many? Dozens of times?
At least every night.
Every night?
Every night.
Were you just blatantly ignoring the limits that they were setting for their 16-year-old daughter?
It wasn't that I was ignoring it, but I was going based off of what she wanted to do.
What Carrie wanted?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you tell Carrie, this is not a good idea. I'm a little older, I'm a little wiser. Your parents are setting these limits. We should respect them.
I've actually had multiple conversations with her about that. Yeah. And she just refused.
But you also refused if you were going to be over there every night.
I did.
After almost a year of her daughter sneaking around with Rebecca Keller, Marianne decides enough is enough and calls the police. There's an arrest for trespassing.
Yes.
Marianne is now escalating the obstacles.
Yes.
And to boot, technically, you were an adult and Carrie was a child.
Yes. But in my mind frame, I wasn't. My mind didn't really develop as well as everybody else's mind did. So that's why I was more hanging around younger people, because my mindset, not because of my age. So that's why me and Carrie became very close friends. You know, I may have been 19 physically, but mentally I was like 14, 15.
Did you understand at 19 what a bright line that is in the law?
No, I didn't.
But you knew that you could get in big trouble.
I knew, yes.
Right? Statutory rape.
Yes.
Right? Child sexual abuse.
Yes.
You were committing those crimes.
Right.
Then, Marianne Murphy confiscated her daughter's phone. And that was a big deal for you. Tell me why.
Because I felt like it was cutting off my communication with her.
You were also worried about material that you had sent or exchanged with Carrie.
I was.
What kind of material?
Like sexual text messages, pictures.
So under the law, that could be considered child pornography.
Yes. I freaked out, you know, because that's basically throwing all my life away.
So, in order to avert child sexual abuse charge, you turned to murder.
Yes.
It turns out the two teenagers had already been plotting to murder Carrie's mother for 3 months.
You know, Carrie's the one that came to me asking me about everything and how to do everything, and I was like, I really don't know, but...
Everything meaning?
Like getting rid of her mom.
Killing her mom?
Yes.
And who started hatching the plot to kill her? Was it you, or was it Carrie, or was it both of you?
Well, it was mainly Carrie.
Mainly Carrie?
Yes.
But you were involved.
I was
don't deny
involved,
that,
yes.
right? You don't deny that?
I don't deny that at all.
And who would you say was the leader and who was the follower?
She was the leader and I was the follower.
No doubt about it?
No doubt about it.
When Marianne Murphy threatened to hack open Carrie's phone, the young lovers' premeditation turned into panic, and the murder plot thickened. What was the plan as it evolved?
She wanted to get her mom completely out of her life.
Let me rephrase the question. What was the plot?
Well, to kill her.
To kill her? To kill her how?
Any type of way.
And I know there were a lot of different stories later told to police by both of you. But let me ask you this, in as much detail as you can recall. Rebecca, tell me what really happened that night.
They were, to me, what a fairy tale family looked like.
Christina and Kevin Sullivan were like family to Marianne Murphy.
My home was a little bit broken, but that family welcomed not only myself, but my now wife and daughter into theirs. And I referred to Marianne as Ma. They were the old school type, and that's the name that stuck.
Marianne was a wonderful mother. She moved mountains to make sure those kids had a good life. And she taught me how to be a good mom. How does this happen to like the world's greatest mom?
In July 2012, Marianne Murphy was fed up with her 16-year-old daughter's obsessive relationship with 20-year-old Rebecca Keller. And the young lovers were fed up with her getting in their way. The plot to murder the doting mother began with, of all things, Mexican food and margaritas. Marianne was going to go out to dinner for what you and Carrie described as a last supper at a Mexican restaurant. I gather you weren't invited to that.
No, I didn't even know they went to a Mexican restaurant.
That was a typical July 15th to go get 55-cent margaritas with Maul.
Marianne would joke that she could have 2 margaritas for cheaper than a Dr. Pepper. It was just a normal evening, a normal summer night, hanging out and talking and chatting. Carrie actually was getting ready for back to school. She and I were shoe shopping while we sat at the table that night.
At the time, it didn't seem like Carrie was acting strange.
After dinner, the Sullivans stopped by the Murphys' house before calling it a night. And Marianne eased into a deep sleep. That's when the young couple sprang into action, and Rebecca Keller arrived at the Murphy home where Carrie was waiting. To this day, only the killers know exactly what really happened next. And both have a reason to lie. And I know there were a lot of different stories later told to police by both of you. But let me ask you this, in as much detail as you can recall. Rebecca, tell me what really happened that night.
Well, I get there, I'm waiting for her to open the door. It takes her a little while. Once she's opened the door, we get everything set up. Her mom's in there asleep.
You get everything set up, meaning?
Like, get the knives and the clothes and everything like that, and the bags and everything. So I can, whenever I leave, I could take the clothes after the attack.
Marianne is in bed in a deep sleep?
In a deep sleep, yes.
Having been drugged?
Yes.
With Benadryl. Anything else?
As far as I know, it was just Benadryl. I get there into the room, in the living room, and she's got everything set up on the table. The gloves and everything, and all I did was give her the knife. I said, well, okay, let's get this done.
You said, let's get this done.
Yes, because I was scared. I was scared out of my mind.
But also determined?
Yes, because I wanted to get it done and over with.
At this point, is the idea of eliminating Marianne more of a reality in your mind?
Yes, at that time, yes. Like I said, I was scared out of my mind.
You have the knife in your hand.
I have the knife in my hand, I hand it to her. Then, she goes into the room. Comes back out.
Well, wait a minute. She goes into the room. Where are you?
In the living room.
You're in the living room. Are you able to see into the room?
It's dark at the time, but I can see.
Down the hallway?
Down the hallway, yes.
Mm-hmm. The door's open?
The door's open.
You can see both figures?
I can see her, but I can't see her mother.
Mm-hmm. You can hear, though?
I can hear.
What do you hear?
I hear her mom snoring.
Mm-hmm.
2 minutes pass, she comes back out.
2 minutes?
Yes.
So wait, what happens between the snoring and her coming back out?
She just walks back out.
Did she say anything when she came out?
She was in tears.
Carrie was?
Yes.
Had she struck her mother at that point?
No. There was no blood on her at all.
Marianne was still alive?
Still alive.
What's the conversation between the two of you at that point?
I ask her what's wrong, why she's crying. She says she's scared. So I guess I calm her down, and tell her, this is what she wanted to do.
Did you give her a little pep talk?
A little bit of a pep talk, yes.
Do you remember what you told her?
Not really.
This is what you wanted?
Well, yeah, this is what she wanted,
This is really what you both wanted?
Yes, at that time, yes, we both wanted it. Mm-hmm. We both wanted her out of our lives.
So now you're saying that you're encouraging her to go through with it?
Yes.
Even though she's clearly having second thoughts?
Yes.
This pause in the attack is news. It's nowhere in the police or court record, and if true, might indicate that Carrie Murphy could not or would not go through with the stabbing, and that Keller stepped up. Okay, what happens next?
I guess like the first couple stabs, I start hearing screaming. And then more screaming, and it gets louder and louder. I hear her say, stop, stop. And then...
What are you doing at that point? Just watching?
No. I'm in the kitchen area, just scared out of my mind.
Listening.
Listening.
And Marianne is screaming for her life.
Is screaming for her life.
How long does that go on?
For about a couple minutes, and then silence.
Just a couple minutes?
A couple minutes.
Now, there were 73 wounds.
Yes.
To her body.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah. Have you seen those crime scene photos?
I have.
Yeah. You see what butchery you and Carrie did to that woman?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very disturbing.
That's an understatement, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that all of that happened within a 2-minute period while you were in the kitchen listening to Carrie murder her mother?
Yes.
You never went into the bedroom?
No.
And took part in that attack?
No.
Never?
Never.
You didn't ever stab Marianne Murphy?
No.
All Carrie?
All Carrie.
And you're just the accomplice?
Accomplice, yes.
But authorities didn't buy this version of the attack that killed Marianne Murphy.
Harris County 911. Somebody just broke into my house. I called my mom's name and she's not answering. I heard her scream and everything. I don't know what to do.
Or the cover story afterwards. Neither of you had any record of violent crime before this.
No.
That I'm aware of. Is there something we're missing?
No.
I mean, did you know that you and or Carrie were capable of such brutality?
No.
How do you explain it? How do you explain two kids, two teenagers, they go from zero to the worst crime anyone can imagine?
I mean, I can't understand it myself, you know.
French psychiatrists call it folie à deux, or madness of two. It's a kind of shared psychosis. In this case, a tightly bonded couple perceived a threat to their relationship and violently lashed out. When you and Carrie saw what you had done to Marianne, do you remember what you were thinking or feeling in that moment?
Shocked. Shocked, scared.
Was there a sense of relief that it was over?
Yeah.
Did you guys have sex the night of the murder? "73 stab wounds, 2 young lovers, and 1 beloved mother left dead in cold blood." Was there a sense of relief that it was over?
Yeah.
Was there a sense of relief that now you could be together?
Yeah.
Prosecutors charged both girls with murder and Keller with child sexual abuse for having sexual contact with her 16-year-old accomplice on or around the night of the murder, July 16, 2012. Did you guys have sex the night of the murder?
No. That night we didn't have sex.
You weren't celebrating the crime?
No. After that, I left.
So then the cover-up starts, right? It begins immediately?
Yes.
What happens? You tell me.
Well, I get all the clothes, I get all the knives and everything. We get everything, put it in a bag. I leave.
And that was around what time? Around 1 o'clock? A little after?
A little bit before 1, because that's when I went and I got rid of the clothes.
Under intense police scrutiny, the dynamic in their relationship shifts. Once believed to be the smarter and more confident of the pair, Carrie Murphy can't keep her story straight. At first, she blames a home invasion.
I woke up to my mom screaming, "Stop, stop, help me, help me, help me, stop." I just kept hearing her scream over and over again, and I didn't know what to do. And I got really scared. I heard 2 men in the kitchen. I just heard like a man's voice go, "Shut up, shut up."
She tried to put it on blame on 2 guys in the beginning.
2 black guys?
One was supposed to be Mexican and one was supposed to be black.
I see. Okay, well, I have to say that the number of times that both of you try and point the finger at unnamed black guys is amazing.
Like I explained to him in the car, the only suspicious thing, because he asked me about suspicious movements or anything, and I had noticed this African American man like staring at my table.
She started telling me, yeah, I'm gonna tell my brother that these two black guys, we were driving by the house.
Are you guys racist, or was that just a tactic to embellish your cover story?
Well, no, I'm not racist. Neither one of us are.
So why are you pointing the fingers at unnamed black men?
I wasn't.
When police tell Kerry Murphy her version of events doesn't make sense,
there seems to be something that doesn't add up. Okay, but you are not being truthful.
Yes, I am.
her story changes, and she claims that she conspired with a high school classmate, Zain Ahmed, to scare her mother, but instead, he stabbed her.
I met him through an ex-boyfriend at the mall.
What's his name?
Zain.
Zain Ahmed had nothing to do with the crime. It took police only 48 hours to arrest Kerry Murphy.
I'm so scared.
But Rebecca Keller, who is perceived to be unintelligent and insecure, proves clever and cool under police interrogation, skillful in lying and pointing the blame elsewhere.
No, I didn't have any knowledge about that. That's why I said that Zain, the last time, I was here, Zain wasn't home. He wasn't home.
Well, my question is, did you feel bad about framing an innocent boy?
I did. But I felt guilty.
But you were prepared to do it anyway?
Because I was following her lead.
You're a follower?
Yeah.
You're not looking like a follower here. You're looking like a leader. You're looking like somebody who can hold her own, even under intense pressure, even under intense investigation. At one point, you even swear on the Holy Bible as you're twisting them around in lies.
And you being completely honest with me?
Yes, I'm being completely honest with you on the Holy Bible.
Remember that?
I don't remember that.
And my personal favorite, you play the shrinking violet. Do I look like a bad girl? I'm a good girl.
Do I look like a bad kid?
No.
I'm a good kid.
Remember that one?
I don't.
Okay. You're bobbing and weaving and throwing curveballs, all the while knowing exactly what you and Kerry did to Marianne Murphy. Were you the one with the power in that relationship? Controlling Kerry? After all, this whole plot was in service to sparing you from a potential child sexual abuse and prison term.
Well, I mean, I guess.
There's an interesting shift taking place as I press Keller about instigating the crime. Her denial seemed to weaken and lead to stunning admissions that reveal a shrewd criminal mind. Were you the one manipulating Kerry into murdering her mother to spare you a possible prison sentence?
No, she was manipulating me.
Because it's starting to look like the opposite here. She goes down in 2 days. You're several months in, spinning the detectives around. And then, somehow, despite all your alleged deficiencies, you're able to fool the polygraph test. How'd you do that?
Well, from what the questions they asked me, I answered them honestly.
Okay, here's the first question. Were you present when Kerry's mother was stabbed? You said no. That's a lie.
Well, I mean, at that time, when they asked me that question, I was thinking that I was in the house, yes, but I wasn't in the room.
I see. So you interpreted the question so narrowly that you were able to appear to be answering honestly.
Yes.
That's like a mic drop moment for any criminal. You beat the polygraph. Starts to look like you're the leader, Rebecca. Starts to look like you are a shrewd operator under intense pressure that Kerry couldn't endure. cost investigators 4 long months and 5 different interrogations to break through Keller's deflections and defenses. Finally, we get to that 5th interrogation, sitting in that room with your varsity jacket on.
I feel like the walls are caving in.
We may never know which one of y'all actually stabbed her.
At that moment, are you worried that Carrie is cooperating with the authorities against you?
No.
You're not? Finally, Rebecca Keller, sporting her varsity choir jacket, is about to sing and serve up her teenage lover.
She started saying that she was going to plan different ways to kill her mom.
The walls are closing in on you. By October, now you're straight up throwing Carrie under the bus at every turn. And when the questions intensify, Keller can't stand the heat.
Okay, well, I'm done with this interview.
Oh, you're done? Why?
How did that go down? She wanted you to do something?
She asked me, she said that she asked if I could do her a favor, and I asked her what kind of favor. She asked me if I could murder her mom.
In her 5th and final police interrogation, 20-year-old murder suspect Rebecca Keller pointed the blame at her teenage girlfriend, Carrie Murphy.
I heard her mom saying, "Stop, stop." And then she was screaming. She's like, "Okay, you can stop stabbing me now." And then I started hearing like a gargled noise, like she was choking on her blood, and then nothing. And then 5 minutes later, Carrie comes out with a bloody knife and bloody gloves, and I got the trash bag ready.
There are only 3 credible scenarios. She did the stabbing, you did the stabbing, or you both did the stabbing. Which one is true?
She did the stabbing.
She and only she?
Yes.
But there's a final act in this Juliet and Juliet tale, and a surprising last twist in our interview.
This is a call from an inmate at Harris County Jail.
While facing murder charges, Keller and Murphy spoke often.
Baby, that's great. I love you. I love you too.
On a recorded line. And it would be in one of these calls that the truth about who stabbed Mary Ann Murphy finally slipped out. For the prosecution, the smoking gun came in a recorded call from jail to Carrie, where you basically, according to the state, acknowledge doing the stabbing. And you learn that Carrie was the one watching. You say, "You didn't see what I saw that night." Carrie says, "Actually, I did." You say, "In person?"
I did. What do you mean you did? I wasn't in my room the whole time.
What do you mean you did? I wasn't in my room the whole time. Where were you the entire time? The doorway, Carrie says.
Doorway of what? Mom's room? Oh my God, babe. I thought I told you to stay here.
How do you explain that?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know how to interpret that, except that you did the stabbing while she watched, and that you were surprised that she actually witnessed it.
Well, I mean, I really don't know.
You can't explain that?
No.
Do you remember that phone call?
I don't.
It was a key piece of evidence in the case.
Oh, I remember it being the key evidence, but I don't remember that conversation at all.
I don't remember that.
Because there's hundreds and hundreds of phone calls.
If Keller hoped to change the narrative of the murder, she seems about defeated. But 13 years later, she's still unwilling to take responsibility. You later told someone that you began stabbing Mary Ann and blacked out. And when you emerged, Carrie told you you had gone, quote, overboard. Is that what really happened?
Not from what I remember, everything that was going on.
Is it possible that you did the stabbing in a state of blackout?
No, not really.
This whole idea of blacking out, going into a kind of frenzy, going overboard, that would explain those crime scene photos, right?
Right.
73 stab wounds all over her body, her throat cut, defensive wounds all over her body, wounds to the torso, wounds to the back, wounds everywhere. Absolute butchery, Rebecca. Looks like someone in a violent frenzy. So let me ask you again. Is it possible that you, in some quote-unquote blackout state, went in there, started stabbing her, and went into a frenzy that it's hard for you to recall?
Well, I guess. I mean, I don't really know.
Looking more like the leader and less like an impressionable follower.
Okay, well, I'm done with this interview.
Oh, you're done? Why?
I'm done because you're trying to make me seem like I'm a monster and I'm not. Miss Crumpton, let me out.
Ultimately, authorities concluded that Keller was in fact the stabber, and she pled guilty and accepted a 60-year sentence. Her accomplice, Carrie Murphy, also pled and was sentenced to 30 years. For the people who loved Mary Ann Murphy, neither sentence was enough.
When the plea agreements came out, I wasn't happy with them. I don't think that's near enough for what they did to such a wonderful person.
I feel like there's no amount of time you can put someone in jail or prison to justify the beautiful life that was lost.
Carrie and Rebecca thought that by removing Mary Ann, they could be together and live happily ever after.
Morons. And you think, how on earth did you idiots think this was going to work? Did you think you were going to ride off into the sunset and pin it on somebody else and no one was going to figure it out? This is your mother.
Today, as they sit in separate Texas prisons, the mad love between Rebecca Keller and Carrie Murphy is long gone, but their victim is dearly missed and forever remembered.
If I could say something to Mary Ann, I'd just tell her I love her and I miss her. A lot. Everybody should have a friend like that. And I lost mine. There's not too many days I don't think of her. Still.
In the fall of 2017, you get a good job offer to take care of a severely disabled man, 65 years old. He would allow you to live in his apartment rent-free, and you would take care of him day and night.
Yes.
You weren't getting paid, so...
I did it all out of the kindness of my heart.
You really did?
Yes, I did.
Baytown 911 was the address of your emergency?
All I did was give.
Because you're a caregiver.
Yes.
You say that this was your passion.
Yes, it's my passion.
A disabled senior citizen is murdered on his caretaker's watch.
Hi, we're at the property at Providence at Baytown, Briarwood, 1711 James Bowie. I'm with the leasing office. We believe one of our residents might have passed away.
He was trying to scheme to get his SSI benefits.
She now claims her abusive common law husband forced her into the brutal crime. When you realized he was after the old man's disability checks, what did you do? Or were you in on that too?
He told me if I didn't help him, then I was next.
And you did help him?
Yes, I did.
But was Alicia Cater really a victim herself or a cold-blooded co-conspirator? I watched the 2.5-hour police interrogation of you.
We don't kill people, we sell drugs, that's why.
You don't look at all like a woman who's just been saved from a sadistic killer. How do you explain that?
You can't.
You're looking more like a hardened criminal who doesn't really care. Are you really the victim of domestic abuse or a dangerous sociopath? Participating in the murder of the man that you were taking care of.
Well, if you call it that.
So much for your career in caretaking. Some murders slip into the night, quiet and cruel. This was one of those cases. It happened in Baytown, Texas, to an elderly man so utterly alone and forgotten, there isn't a single surviving photograph of him. Alicia Cater pled guilty to murdering the 65-year-old disabled man on Christmas in 2017, along with her then partner. It would take over a week for anyone to even notice.
Baytown 911, what's the address of your emergency?
We're at the property at Providence at Baytown, Briarwood, 1711 James Bowie. I'm with the leasing office. We believe one of our residents might have passed away.
His name was John Fernandez, and Alicia Cater was his live-in caretaker.
What's the name of the resident there?
Mr. John. We call him Mr. John. He's in a wheelchair, but we have not seen him in 2 weeks. And we opened his unit, and there's a very strong smell, but none of our workers have the courage to go in.
The case haunts me because the victim was so defenseless, wheelchair-bound, gravely ill, and completely dependent on the very person who would betray him.
Keter? Keter?
Today, Cater is telling her story for the very first time.
Right here?
Yes, right there. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, Alicia?
Good, how are you?
And I want to probe the mind of a convicted murderer who broke the sacred trust between caregiver and patient. I'm going to be asking you a lot of intense questions. I'll be direct with you, and I hope you'll be forthcoming with me.
I will.
We're here to try to understand the mindset and motivations behind your actions in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Why did you want to talk to us today?
To share my side of the story, because my side of the story wasn't heard.
Cater's story began 700 miles northwest in Taos, New Mexico, and it didn't start well. You told detectives at one point that you had no family.
I don't, because of the fact that my mother, she just gave me up.
To the state?
To the state. And I've been a ward of the state since I was 8.
I see. Your defense attorney reported that there were volumes of records.
Yes.
Pertaining to you from the state child welfare agency.
Yes. It was boxes and boxes on boxes of information. My childhood history.
What happened to you as a child?
I was raped by my mother with a curling iron plugged into an outlet turned on. and my stepfather sodomized me when I was younger. And with that, they took me and put me in a foster home. They said it was the worst case they had ever seen.
It sounds like a rough start to life.
Yes.
But from the record, it looks like you were motivated to do good and to build a career in caregiving.
Yes.
In nursing homes.
When I was going to school to be a certified nurse's assistant, I noticed that some of the elderly weren't being taken care of. They were just left in their diapers or got bed sores, not moving them to certain sides. And I had a passion. It's been my passion all my life to work in nursing homes.
You say that this was your passion?
Yes, it's my passion.
Still is?
Still is.
I regard caregiving as a very noble profession. You have to be a special kind of person to take
You
on
really
that
do.
work, right?
Yes, it's a lot of work.
There is a special trust between caregiver and patient,
Right.
right? How would you describe that trust?
It's genuine, kind of like a child gives their mom love unconditionally, and I would say no ulterior motives, no nothing like that. It's just genuine and from the heart.
Pure care.
Pure care.
But her unconditional love and care would be belied by her own criminal past. We know you have a violent past of your own, right? And a long pattern of preying on vulnerable people. You also have a long history of grifting. Were you setting up the grift under the guise of caretaking for a vulnerable, disabled man? Alicia Cater had been pursuing a noble career in caregiving, but she seemed to find trouble with the law at every turn. A traumatic childhood had led to drug addiction, petty crimes, and eventually violence. Were you in the drug trade?
I knew how to go about selling it and breaking it down and all that stuff because I grew up in a family like that.
We know you have a violent past of your own, including stabbing 2 people in the head, right? Cater was sentenced to 2 years in prison for assault with a deadly weapon and then released. At the same time, Marcus Donnell Gilbert had just finished 13 years of a 20-year prison sentence. The two met and started a relationship. What was he in for?
Abusing a girlfriend. It was horrible. She was like, her whole body was a bruise. It was horrible. Her eyes were swelled shut. Her lips were busted open.
Did you know about that when you got with him?
No, I didn't.
According to what you and your lawyer have said, you were basically trapped in an abusive relationship.
Yes. Controlling, possessive, like me and you talking right now, wouldn't go down. He wouldn't allow it. He would take my phone every morning, keep it, make sure I didn't contact anybody, make sure anything.
So, controlling, abusive?
Very abusive.
Violent?
Violent, yes.
But in the fall of 2017, Alicia Cater got an opportunity to get away from Gilbert and get back to a life of purpose. You get a good job offer to take care of a severely disabled man, 65 years old, wheelchair bound, right?
Bedridden.
Diabetic. And he would allow you to live in his apartment rent-free, and you would take care of him day and night. Was that the deal, basically?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Fernandez needed round-the-clock care?
Yes, he did.
And you needed a place to stay at the time? Seems like a good match, right? 65-year-old John Fernandez was wheelchair-bound and feeble. He needed help to get in and out of bed and to the bathroom. But those who knew him say he always had a certain spirit about him.
Every day whenever I was walking up, he'd be sitting about where I am, and he'd greet me before I even made it up to him. He'd say, "Hello, beautiful. How are you doing today?" And we'd chit-chat about how our days were going.
Postal worker Lindsay Miller had worked this route for years and says Fernandez brought a little cheer to the hard-scrabble streets of Baytown, Texas.
I looked very forward to seeing John every day. He knew how to make someone smile, for sure. He'd crack jokes, and everything else.
Fernandez had no family to rely on, no cherished photos framed on a mantelpiece. In fact, he was so isolated and alone that we could not find a single image of him. So we asked Miller to sit down with sketch artist Lois Gibson to help create a portrait of the kind and gentle man she remembers.
Was he white, black, Mexican, Chinese? What
He was Hispanic.
Hispanic? Okay. And how old do you think? Just ballpark it. What does he look like?
Around 60.
Okay, 60. And he was fat, skinny, or average, or muscular?
He was probably between skinny and average.
Got that. And you don't have to know exact height, but was he short or tall, or do you know if he was 6 foot? Or
I have no idea. He was in a wheelchair.
Okay, there you go.
He never stood. He was so trusting. He trusted everyone, which was probably one of his downfalls. I mean, he thought everybody was a friend. And that's not the case, obviously.
Fernandez survived off the kindness of neighbors and his monthly Social Security income. He couldn't pay for home care, so he needed somebody who would care for him in exchange for housing, someone he could trust. You weren't getting paid.
No.
Right?
I did it all out of the kindness of my heart.
You really did.
Yes, I did.
He would allow you to live in his apartment rent-free, and you would take care of him day and night.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the deal, basically?
Yes, it was.
Cater claims her own intentions with her new patient were honorable. But Marcus Gilbert saw a very different kind of opportunity. While you were there taking care of John, it sounds like Marcus was scheming to take advantage of John.
Yes. He was trying to scheme to get his SSI benefits.
Right.
I guess you could say. Get a PIN number, get a card, this, that, and the other.
When you realized he was after the old man's disability checks, what did you do? Or were you in on that too?
I never came up with the idea to go in with him on taking the SSI money or the card or none of that. That was solely on him because he was trying to hit a lick, so he called it.
He was trying to
hit a lick.
What does that mean?
So he's trying to come up with some quick money so he can do drugs.
Within weeks, Gilbert had taken John Fernandez's ATM card, but still needed his PIN number to steal his Social Security payments. Fernandez found himself locked inside his bedroom with Marcus Gilbert and a third accomplice refusing to give them the PIN number. Christmas Eve, right?
Yes.
The shakedown of John escalates with a violent effort to intimidate him into giving up the PIN number.
Yes.
You told police Fernandez was laying on the bed, scared, curled up, crying, begging, and asking Gilbert to leave him alone.
Yes. I remember that.
Is that what you witnessed?
Yes. I remember that like it was yesterday.
When that went down, Alicia, were you helping them or were you helping John?
I was trying to figure out how to help John without dying myself.
You were afraid for your own safety?
I was in fear of both of our safeties, mine and John's, because I didn't know what Marcus was capable of.
All this led to Christmas Day 2017. Fernandez would make one final appeal to his caregiver for protection, but it would fall on deaf ears. Even when he directly appealed to you for help on Christmas morning, he said, "I'm terrified. I think he's going to do something to me. He's going to hurt me. Please don't allow him to hurt me." You remember that?
Yes, and that's when I was looking for a phone to call his parole officer and I couldn't find one.
Christmas 2017. In as much detail as you can recall, Alicia, tell me what happened. It's Christmas Day in Texas. Family and friends are gathering to open presents and drink eggnog. But a very different scene is playing out in John Fernandez's home. Marcus Gilbert, high on meth, is about to take his threats to the next level. Alicia Cater claims that at the time, she was scared for her own life But is that really the whole truth? In as much detail as you can recall, Alicia, tell me what happened that night.
Well, Marcus went into the bedroom, had me go in there with him, and said, if you don't give me the PIN number, then he said, I'm going to kill you.
Did you try and get John to just give him the PIN number? It's more important that you stay alive?
Well, John wasn't listening to anybody. That number was going to go with him to his death.
I see.
Marcus, his eyes were black. He looked demonic. Something came over him and he grabbed a hold of John and shook him a little bit and told him, give me the PIN number. And he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't give up that number for nothing.
John is terrified. He knows now.
He already knows
what's going to happen.
What's going to happen. I'm at the foot of the bed, and he had thrown him on the floor, kicked him in the head. He grabs the medical gloves, puts them on, grabs the extension cord, cuts it from his electric chair, and ties his feet up with it. And then he bounds his hands, shoves the bed pad in his mouth, duct tapes his mouth shut and his eyes shut. Puts him underneath the bed, covers his feet up with a laundry basket and blankets, gets out and padlocks the door.
You tell investigators that Gilbert told you to do nothing and just watch, right? To which you said, what? According to you telling the police, you said, okay. That makes it sound like you stood by and did nothing to help the man that you were caring for as your patient.
Right.
Did you ever go in and try and calm Marcus down or call?
There was no calming him down. When he got his mind set on something, that's exactly how it was going to roll.
Fernandez was dead, or so they thought. But then a half hour later, while cleaning up the crime scene, Gilbert and Cater hear muffled sounds from John's bedroom. So you hear a noise from John. Now you guys know he's not dead, right? He's in there fighting for his life, trying to get the tape off, trying to breathe.
He unlocked the padlock. He said, he's trying to get out, he's trying to get out. And I said, well, let him get out. And he hit me upside the head and told me to help tie his feet together.
With the duct tape?
Yeah, with the duct tape. And to do his hands with the duct tape.
Right. And you did help him with the duct tape?
Yes, I did.
Were you not hysterical, crying, screaming that the man in your care was just murdered for nothing?
I was crying and shaking and trembling.
This time, Gilbert, with Cater by his side, finishes the deadly job. John Fernandez was gone. You help clean the scene, and then you flee together. At that point, were you not looking for a way to escape from Marcus and get yourself to safety?
At that moment in time, I didn't know what to do because he was in control of everything.
But the evidence suggests otherwise. Video surveillance shows both killers calmly preparing to leave the scene of the crime. You know, we see the video of you two packing up to leave after the murder. You don't seem at all the slightest bit under duress. Very relaxed, going back and forth, carrying stuff to the car. Have you seen that video?
I haven't seen anything that they had.
I see.
Because I was in county, so.
I see.
They didn't show me anything.
Well, there is this video of the two of you after the murder packing up to leave, and you seem cool as a cucumber. Together, Cater and Gilbert flee the crime scene. And 5 days pass before neighbors realize they haven't seen Fernandez for a while. His shadowy caretaker and her common-law husband are now long gone.
Baytown 911, what's the address of the emergency?
Hi, we're at the property at Providence at Baytown, Briarwood, 1711 James Bowie. I'm with the leasing office. We believe one of our residents might have passed away.
What's the name of the resident there?
Mr. John. We call him Mr. John. He's in a wheelchair, but we have not seen him in 2 weeks. And we opened his unit, and there's a very strong smell, but none of our workers have the courage to go in.
Once we made entry into the apartment and we could see where a padlock was on the door, we observed 2 mattresses that was pulled back, and Mr. Fernandez's body was found next to a bed.
Sergeant Craig Green from the Baytown Police Department was a lead detective on the case.
We could observe that his hands and feet were tied by cords, and also his face, his eyes, his nose, and his mouth were duct taped.
When I got here to deliver the mail, the day they found him, the cops were here. You could just tell when the cops came out, you could see by the look on their face that it wasn't good. And I knew immediately when they went in. I was watching, and it was sad.
Once we cleared the crime scene, we had other detectives out talking with neighbors. One of the neighbors said a black male and a Hispanic female was seen in and out of Mr. Fernandez's apartment.
Police soon identified the 2 suspects as Gilbert and Cater.
Speaking with those neighbors further, they gave us a nickname of Skunk. One of our detectives started researching the name Skunk, and in our system found Marcus Gilbert by that nickname. We continued the investigation and learned that Alicia Keeter was an acquaintance of Mr. Gilbert. So at that point, they became persons of interest.
But by then, the 2 fugitives were on the run.
We kept getting from informants that they see them in different locations. By the time we get there, they were gone.
For more than 2 weeks, the couple hid out in cheap motels, doing drugs and petty crimes. How did you find out that you were murder suspects?
I read it on Facebook, and they had a mugshot of me.
But Cater now claims she was essentially being held captive with no way out. You spent 17 days on the run with him. But in 17 days, you had no way to get away or to get help. That seems hard to imagine. It makes me wonder if you're really trying to separate yourself from him.
Well,
or if you're less of a victim and more of an accomplice to these crimes than you say. I feel like you're much more capable. And we know that you're a tough woman. I feel like you could have found a way to get to help if you really wanted to.
I can see how that looks. But when you're in a situation when you have your hands tied, where you can't get a hold of anything and every move is constructed by somebody, what are you supposed to do?
Finally, the police caught up with the suspects at a roadside motel and placed them under arrest. You later said that Marcus had beaten you shortly before the police arrived, and that you wished that they had gotten there sooner. Right? You must have had a sense of relief, if not rescue, at that point?
Yes, and I was scared at the same time not to move or to breathe because I had guns at my head.
Yeah. Sure, but at least you were being removed from the clutches of this madman, right?
Yes.
All along, Cater insisted she was a victim and a hostage of Gilbert's. But in police custody, she doesn't act like it. Instead, she appears indifferent, even bored, as she waits for the police to interrogate her. I watched the 2.5-hour police interrogation of you. You don't look at all like a woman who's just been saved from a sadistic killer. How do you explain that? Are you really the victim of domestic abuse or a dangerous sociopath?
You know these horizontal wrinkles? Did he have Okay. Ballpark, did he have one or two, or was it like three or four?
Probably at least 3.
The death of 65-year-old John Fernandez left almost no trace, and not a single image of the kind-hearted disabled gentleman. His former caretaker, Alicia Cater, was living with him at the time and implicated in his murder, along with her then partner, Marcus Gilbert. In 2018, the two were arrested and placed in separate interrogation rooms.
As soon as we arrest them, we split them up because we don't want them to hear what the other one says. If they're both involved, the other one don't know what the other one is saying. So they want to basically try to make themselves look better during the interview. That's what we wanted to do with them.
I watched the 2.5-hour police interrogation of you, right? Do you remember how you felt at that point?
I felt lost and distraught.
You don't look at all like a woman who's just been saved from a sadistic killer. You don't look particularly distressed or even worried. At the beginning, you're in the room by yourself. You know, they do that on purpose to watch and see how you react, right? Some people start bawling or sweating bullets, frantically fidgeting around, but you're in there literally holding your head up with your hands like you're bored. Here you are, suspect in a murder case, and you look as cool as a cucumber. How do you explain that?
You can't.
You're looking more like a hardened criminal who doesn't really care than a woman who's just been saved from a madman. Constantly yawning, what was that about? Is that a nervous reaction or just whatever attitude?
Nervous.
Initially, when she first came in, she was very defiant. She was like not a care in the world. She was as if we was wasting her time, that we had the wrong person.
Tell me again how it all happened. Be specific. Okay.
Why do I gotta go through it again?
Because I want to make sure I have it.
I'm not going through it again. I already told you once. I'm not gonna do it.
When you start talking, it's not about how he abused and threatened you, but it's a bunch of lies about John being alive when you and Marcus left him.
When's the last time you were over at his place?
Let's see. Right there before Christmas. And at that time, he was still alive.
Do you remember that? If you didn't conspire to murder John, Alicia, why would you have fed the police this cover story rather than just tell them the truth?
I don't know.
At that point, you're safe in police custody. Marcus is also in custody, surrounded by armed police officers. I don't understand why you wouldn't have just told them what you knew at that point rather than repeat the cover story that you knew was not true.
Because I was trained to say that versus what I'm able to tell you now.
Trained
by Marcus to say what I needed to say.
You even laugh when you're telling investigators, we sell drugs, we don't kill people. We. Do you remember that?
We don't kill people, we sell drugs. That's why I don't understand. And we talk about, like, you know, how if y'all had, any drugs that y'all found, we would know, but that's us. But as far as killing people, that's not us.
Yes, because that's what our little job was at the beginning when I first met him.
But why are you maintaining the lie at this point? That's hard to understand.
It didn't hit me, to be honest, for I say a good 6 to 9 months when everything came crashing on me.
I mean, do you think these are the actions of a woman being forced to act? It sounds more like the actions of a willing accomplice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I can sense that Cater's defenses are beginning to crumble in our interview. But during her interrogation, she held fast to her lies until police showed their cards. Now you're about an hour into the interview. The cops know a lot more than you realized, right? They've got video of your movements in and out of the apartment. They have John's belongings that you two left. They have Marcus throwing you under the bus. And the detective puts it to you pretty bluntly, says, so you two are the last with John.
Alive.
Right?
So the last two people who've seen with John when he was alive is you and Marcus. Okay. And no one else is coming and going until the police get there a week or so later and discovered him deceased.
What did they say?
Tied up, duct tape in his bedroom, right where y'all last left him. Looks like y'all had something to do with it, correct?
To which you say,
Yes, sure does.
and even then you don't seem that bothered. The cops are like, now they're lowering the boom on you, right? And your husband is pointing the finger at you.
So when I come in the door, I with my bags, I go towards the room, I look, and she showed me back to where John legs at. I said, what the have you done?
I'm telling you straight up, right? Marcus said you did every bit of it.
Whatever.
He said he didn't touch that old man.
Whatever.
He said...
You're just coolly and calmly pointing the finger back at him.
You killed him, I didn't kill him.
And what did he do?
What do you mean, what did he do?
What did he do?
Stomped on him a couple of times and tied him up and duct taped him. And put him right underneath the bed, covered him up and made it look like he wasn't in. And then he put the padlock on the door and then.
Why did he do all this?
Because he has a real bad temper.
You go on lying about your role. They ask you, did you help tie up John? No, I didn't.
Did you help tie John up?
No, I didn't.
Did you help duct tape him? No, I didn't.
Did you help duct tape him up?
No, I didn't.
Those were lies, right?
Yes.
Eventually you admit that you did help with the duct tape, and you admitted that you did go into the room where John was being tortured to talk to him.
The only time he wanted me to help him was when he was laying on the bed. The first time he tried to duct tape it. He said, get the duct tape. I grabbed the duct tape.
Can you account for these contradictions, Alicia?
The fact that I was not in the right state of mind, but I also said those because it felt secure to me to lie versus to tell the truth because I didn't know what was going to happen if I told the truth.
The truth is that long before the murder of John Fernandez, Cater was grifting off vulnerable victims, taking what she could and moving on. Are you really the victim of domestic abuse or a dangerous sociopath? Participating in the murder of the man that you were taking care of?
I don't know.
You don't know? Cater's claims of innocence seem now to be weakening, but she's still clinging to them. So it's time to ramp up the pressure. You also have a long history of grifting, using people for a place to stay or whatever else you could get out of them. Even Marcus, you told police at one point you were using him for a place to stay.
I was.
With John, were you and Marcus setting up the grift under the guise of caretaking for a vulnerable, disabled man? He gave you a roof over your head, but it seems like you all wanted the little bit of money he was living on, too.
I didn't want nothing from him. I already got plenty by having a roof over my head.
One of your friends told police that you guys wanted, quote, a meal ticket. Is that it?
No, not on my part.
You called Fernandez's neighbor asking if she had seen Fernandez, knowing full well that he was dead in the apartment. That's so conniving, Alicia. It's an act of commission for somebody who claims to not have been involved in the murder and acting under duress. It starts to look like you're much more of a willing accomplice than Marcus's victim. Can you understand that?
To a certain extent.
It sounds more like the actions of a willing accomplice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So much for your career in caretaking.
When she was saying everything that DeMarcus Gilbert did, she would not look at us. When someone is telling the truth, they're looking you eye to eye and want you to know that they're telling the truth. And a lot of times when somebody's not telling the truth, they would not make eye contact. She had all the signs of not telling the truth.
More than an hour into our interview, it was still not clear if Alicia Cater was finally ready to accept the truth. You take responsibility for your role? Or if this was just another attempt to convince me, and maybe herself, that she was a victim and was dealt an unfair hand. Do you think you got a fair sentence?
I don't think I did.
The biggest surprise of the interview was about to unfold.
He covered his head like that and then stomped on him and then took it off the first time. And then the second time he hits him right here in the chest and then he covers him up and stomps on him again.
Under the harsh light of interrogation, Alicia Cater finally admitted that Marcus Gilbert, with her help, had killed John Fernandez.
I was already terrified of it as it was.
But then Cater claimed she was only helping because she was under threat by Gilbert.
I think after we confronted her about her involvement in the murder, that's when she started portraying herself as a victim and that she only did things because she was afraid of Gilbert.
There's been 3 or 4 times where we've gotten into it and he's tried to choke me to death.
I think she tried to minimize her part. Still to this day, I don't know if she told the exact truth of her complete involvement. We know that she was involved, but as far as everything she did, no, I think she left a lot out.
At best, you watched and stood by while your patient was lying there with a diaper and hospital socks, being tortured. At best. More likely, you were both trying to rob him of his disability money and participated in the murder. Is that the truth of this?
No.
Only you and Marcus really know the truth of who played what role in murdering John, but one thing is for certain. You did nothing to help the man that you claim you cared for out of the kindness of your heart.
That's the part that messes me up, is because I couldn't render aid.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
Wasn't allowed to.
I don't doubt that Marcus Gilbert beat you, Alicia, but it also seems clear that you were at least an accomplice to this murder. Both things can be true at the same time, are they?
Yes.
Finally, an admission. Cater concedes that she was in fact a co-conspirator. So you were a predator and John was the prey.
Well, if we call it that.
For most of our interview, Cater deflected blame onto Gilbert, insisting he bore responsibility. But by the end, her tone shifted, subtly, almost imperceptibly, until it settled into something quieter, heavier. You take responsibility for your role?
Of course, I'm not doing nothing to help him. Yes, I do.
It was as if she had finally resigned herself to the grim truth that the blood on her hands belonged to the very man she was meant to protect. But more than that, as an accomplice to the crime? Both Gilbert and Cater ended up pleading guilty to murder. Gilbert was sentenced to 60 years behind bars, while Cater got away with just 25. A punishment she now insists did not fit the crime, but not at all in the way I was expecting. Do you think you got a fair sentence?
I don't think I did.
You got 25 years, mostly because you fully snitched. Was all the information you provided true?
Mm-hmm.
Or was it calculated to save yourself?
It wasn't calculated to save myself.
You got a great deal.
I believe I was blessed, but still I feel like I deserved more.
What more do you want?
More years is what I felt I deserved.
Oh, you think you should have gotten a longer sentence?
Yes.
Ah, I see.
I guess because I feel that that's what I deserve was more time.
Because of your role?
Because I did nothing. I didn't render aid, I did nothing.
But you did participate.
Yes, I did.
You know, doing this job, you try not to personalize cases, but you remember different cases. My partner and I, we've worked many homicide cases together, and this is one we still talk about.
What did change? It's really easy to change.
It was, he's more thinner up here.
Mail carrier Lindsay Miller saw John Fernandez nearly every day on her route. Now she sat quietly as the friend she once knew took shape again. Line by line, each stroke a tribute, gently restoring his presence to the world.
Can you make him scruffy looking?
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
I think maybe if he had that would look more like him. It's crazy how close it looks to what I remember him as. I can just picture him in his chair as I'm walking up. It's crazy. And to know that there's no real pictures of him, it's heartbreaking. I hope people can tell that it's him. The ones that do know who he is. Because he was a friend to many people.
There was no funeral service for John Fernandez, nor eulogy to memorialize his life, nor family plot to lay him to rest. Only this sketch, lovingly recreated, mark a life that depended on the kindness of his caregiver, but was instead lost to her cruelty.
好的，去拿，不用给我，去拿。太慢了，啊，风丝，那烤了，那烤了。单给我吧，单。有没有关系？如果疼的不行就放弃，可以理解。啊，可以吗？别搞出伤来了。还祖传风丝。好了，我感觉要干亏的。真是。搬冰棍哥。
小小身体，巨大的能量。
没有，没有，捡球，没有， 有了。差一点，好。好。快了，快了，快了！好，谁发烧了？